Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Through the cosmic indifference and through despair, we dig for meaning that might be there. No promises of comfort or bliss, just truths we strive not to dismiss. This is the Finding Gnosis Show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark. Seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Pessimism asks, why even try? We answer with questions reaching the sky. A critique of the systems, the myths we hold. A reflection on truths both stark and bold. Depressive realism clears the haze, while hope takes root in critical gaze. We search for a path, no matter how steep, to find the truths that lay buried deep. This is the Finding Gnosis Show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost. Seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Promise ease, we don't promise rest, but a journey to uncover what's best. In cosmic indifference we still find might, to question, to change, and to ignite. Welcome to Finding Gnosis, where truth takes a stand. Together we search, together we understand. Through reflection, critique, and bold exploration, we strive for meaning. The journey begins, the truths will unfold. This is the Finding Gnosis Show.
Oh, hello there. Welcome to number 26, episode 26 of the Finding Gnosis Show. Already, the lovely Lacey is here. If you want to join, the link is in chat, so please feel free to do so. Today, we are talking about UFOs, or UAPs, as some people call them now. To be honest with you, I am relying on people to come on here and tell me about them, because I personally do not know much about them. I'm also skeptical about aliens having visited us, but I am open-minded. So if anybody wants to come on here and tell me they've been abducted by an alien, now is your chance. We were kindly told that we might have a guest today. I hope she's with us. There's a lady on YouTube who said she will come here, and we're just going to wait and see if she does. And we were kindly told about some documents to read, by the WT UFO show from YouTube. That the gentleman who runs that shared a couple of documents with us, so we'll have a little peruse over them to see what they're about, and hopefully by the end of the show we'll be a little bit wiser about UFOs, UAP, aliens, etc. And we might be able to have a more informed opinion one way or another. So yes, good evening to you all. Good evening to you, Christian Thompson. Great to have you with us. Anybody else in the chat, please say hello. Let us know you are here. I believe we have an incomer. Patricia, your camera is the wrong way around, love. If you want to go on camera, I just want you to know that your camera is horizontal for some reason. You might want to turn it around. Patricia, 1 second. Add to the stage. Hello, Patricia. Can you hear us? 1 second. Add to the stage. Hello, Patricia. Can you hear us? 1 second. Add to the stage. Hello, Patricia. Can you hear us? 1 second. There's something wrong with Patricia's connection, so I'm going to have to remove her. Patricia, if you want to come back, love, you can. Please do ASAP, and maybe sort that connection out. Maybe leave and come back, Patricia. I think that would be the best thing to do, because you're frozen at the moment. So I think you need to disconnect, love, and come back. Lacey, how are you? Can you hear us, Lacey? I think you're muted.
Yes, I couldn't get the button. I'm eating an apple and my finger was all slippery.
Okay, well, we don't want a culinary accident.
No.
Gastronomic catastrophe. So, is this a subject you know much about, Lacey? Aliens, UFOs, that kind of thing?
Well, I think that I'd like to say that I'm informed a bit about it. Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, that would be that's good. At least one of us isn't an ignoramus. Alpha Draco says, "Hey, I just got off work, so it sounds like I just made it in time." Absolutely, lovely to have you with us, Alpha. And greetings to Brother Marcus, as always. And thank you, Brother Marcus is one of the sponsors of the show, wouldn't you know? So thank you to David, Chickpea, and Brother Marcus for giving us a little bit of dough to keep things going. It's always appreciated. Pays for the overheads here in at the Finding Gnosis Show. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. There you go. So Alpha, if you want to come on, please do. Brother Marcus, if you want to come on, please do. If you want to chill out and listen, that's cool too. Please participate in the chat. Hopefully Patricia's going to come back, because that's the lady who knows about aliens as well. She's heavily into her UFO folklore and stuff. So we'll see. Last minute, Lacey. Just off the cuff, then, have we been visited by aliens, and are they still visiting us?
Well, I believe that there is an otherworldly intelligence having interactions with our civilization. Yeah. And it has been going on for quite a long time. I think they've always been with us.
Okay. And do you believe that we might be part alien then? Because I've heard people say that before.
No. At one time, I believed in beings from other planets in other star systems at one time, but my opinion has changed since then. But I don't think that we're alien, no. But I do think in the path of evolution that we are more related to these beings than we realize. They might be like cousins, more family to us than alien at all.
Brother Marcus says, what do you people think of Project Blue Book? Is that Project Bluebeam? I've never heard of Project Blue Book. Is it also called Bluebeam by any chance, or have I Is it actually called Blue Book and I'm mistaken? I don't know. Blue Beam, I believe, is a thing where they there's apparently plans written down, or it was thought about by secret services somewhere around the world that perhaps people could be duped with displays or projections on the night sky of, for example, alien invasions, etc., or the second coming of Christ, or I don't know, whatever they want to illuminate the sky with in order to dupe us into some form of hysteric frenzy, so that we are perhaps easily controlled one way or another. Is that, am I right about Project Blue Book? Is that what it is? Last minute, Lacey?
I think so. I just looked it up. I think it's Project Blue Beam. Project Blue Book was a code name for systematic study. Yeah, it was a study done in the United States Air Force from March 1952 to its termination on December 17th, 1969.
Oh, there we go. Project Blue Book was the code name. Yes, this is what Brother Marcus has shared as well. Thank you, Brother Marcus. Project Blue Book was the code name for the systematic study of unidentified flying objects by the United States Air Force from March 1952 to its termination on in December 1969. Yes, we'll have to have a look at that. I know we've got some documents, and funnily enough, I think that was one of the documents we were shared, because there's a website here called theblackvault.com, and it has their Project Blue Book special report. And the gentleman on Twitter who engaged with me from the WT UFO show, he did send me. I'm looking at the tweet now. It says he sent me a link to the document, but I can't actually get the document. I've tried to download it, and it's not. It's actually not showing up on the URL he sent me for some reason. So I don't quite know what to do about that. But I suppose we can always look it up on Wikipedia. Lacey, is that okay? Will we start there? Will we look at that first on Wikipedia, perhaps? Unless you can find the document, Lacey.
What did you want me to look up?
If you go to Wikipedia maybe and search for, or Brother Marcus, if you could share that link, we'll just read that out where you got that. Or did you find the Brother Marcus? Did you happen to be able to get that document? Because I couldn't get it from the link. I tried to download it just before the show, and I only got the other two documents. Brother Marcus says hello, by the way. Oh, and Lacey says hello back, obviously. And hello to lovely Divine Hazel. Nice to have you with us again. Hopefully you'll be on at some stage as well. We do need to have Patricia back. I hope, Patricia, you're watching and you can come back, because, God, that would be dreadful if she can't make it after that surprise visit. I was delighted to see her, but she's gone now. Hopefully she'll make it back. Any joy on that there, Lacey?
Yeah, I've got it here.
Do you want to share it and tell us about it?
Yeah, sure. Second.
Lovely. Oh, Patricia's back. Just before you do that, we'll say hello to Patricia, Lacey.
Sure.
Hello, Patricia.
Hi.
Hello there, and lovely to have you with us. Thank you so much for coming along.
Well, thank you.
A massive transatlantic success story. We were able to communicate briefly on Twitter, or X as it is now, and somehow or other it's been a successful mission to get you on the show. You are somebody who is heavily into UFOs, right? Patricia. We've lost Patricia. Maybe she's been abducted by aliens. Are you there, Patricia?
I'm here, but I've got terrible echo and delay, and I don't know what to do about it.
Okay. Well, what type of a system are you? Are you using Wi-Fi, or are you on your phone, or? I don't know if you have the YouTube tab open as well. You should just have the StreamYard tab open, Patricia.
Okay, maybe that's it. Let me see. That didn't work.
We hear you perfectly fine.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I did close out the other screen. Okay, so I wasn't sure if it was still working. It got so quiet.
That's okay,
Okay,
darling.
there you go.
Well, I'll turn your microphone up a little bit because you're a little bit quiet, but that's okay. We'll just turn you up.
Okay, I
There
can
you
do
go.
that on this end. All right. So your question was, how did I get into this, or what
Yeah, no,
happened?
first of all, I believe you are heavily into documenting and studying UFO phenomena, right?
Yes, yes, I am.
Yeah. So how did you get into it? What's your I suppose what are your beliefs? Because I really genuinely, Patricia, I know nothing. Okay. And
Okay.
I know it's something that a lot of people are interested in. I'm very skeptical that we have kind of extraterrestrials or anything like that visiting us. Personally, I'm going to tell you straight off the bat. I think if there are kind of crafts in the sky that are doing spectacular things, and the average layperson doesn't know what they are, I'd say they're probably military craft that are maybe in production, or like they're being experimented on, or perhaps they've been around for a long time and they just don't tell us they exist because it's beneficial for them to have these covert craft that can do what they need to be done. But what are your views on it, Patricia?
Well, I definitely do not believe that they are government craft, um, primarily because I filmed so many different types. And 2017 was just some sort of strange year for me. I was not a person that was into UFOs or looking for them, or I just didn't have any interest in them. But I'll fast forward, actually, I'll jump back another year. 2016 is when I stepped on my porch and saw an reddish orange globe hanging about 4 feet off the ground across the street from my apartment building in a vacant lot. And when I stepped out onto the balcony to look at that, it was gone. And I looked to my left, and there were 4 of them hanging just above the street sign in the middle of the street. And I yelled for my son. He came out. Eventually, they moved away, went way up in the sky. Then there were 5. They one by one disappeared through some opening, and that was that. I didn't film that, and I left that somewhere on a shelf. However, 2017 rolled around, and I did have a camera, and the entire thing took on an entirely different, I don't even know what to call it. All I know is if
Sorry,
you
the first
haven't,
one was 2017. The second time you had an experience, when was that?
the first one was 2016. The next
Okay.
set of experiences occurred in 2017 from that
Okay.
year on up until this date.
All right, sister. And your son, he can vouch for you. Did he see it as well the first time?
Oh, he saw the first one, yeah, but that's
Right.
probably neither here nor there. Obviously, you haven't looked at anything on my YouTube channel.
Unfortunately, not, Patricia, not yet. But by
Okay.
the way, Patricia, do you want to give yourself a plug there? And after this is all over,
No,
if you want,
no, not looking to give a plug, really.
no, no, no,
Uh,
no. But I wanted to tell people you have your own YouTube channel.
oh, okay. Yes, I do. It's UAP Close Encounters, and it's
Do you want to share a link in the private chat, and I'll share it in the live chat as well?
God, I don't even know how to do that. So that's
No problem.
in
So
the
it's
private chat.
UAP
I would
Close
just
Encounters.
click it.
UAP Close
Yeah,
Encounters.
I want you to take a look at it, mainly because you're skeptical. And I have
I
to
will.
say that prior to this happening to me, I was pretty skeptical too. In fact, my son had been sending me videos of people all over the world taking pictures of these orange things, and I had been boohooing it and thinking, oh, they're just lights or just airplanes. And then the next thing I know, the damn things are almost in my yard.
So, just
Excuse my
what
curse.
what
I'm
do you?
sorry.
That's okay, darling. That's okay. What do you think they are, Patricia?
After 7 years of studying the videos that I've filmed, because of the way they show up, I've concluded that they're orange, and because there's also another variety of this particular orb, an orangish red and a white one. And what I've discovered is that they're almost in the sky almost all the time. Most of the time, you can't see them. Where I've discovered regarding these orbs is that they seem to be escorting the larger UAPs and probably to different ports. I think perhaps the reason they showed up or were so visible in 2017 is that they may have started having to reroute because we have so much space junk and satellites in the sky. Because I kept, even to this day, I'm trying to figure out why were there so many of them. Because I probably have over 100 videos, and they were everywhere and they were disappearing. And the thing that was common with these larger, stranger, shape-shifting type of UAPs was that a lot of times the orange or the red one would show up first. That was what I was looking at and filming. And often when I would play the video back and slow it down would be the only time that I would see the larger entity, being, ship, or whatever you like to call it, shooting through, often so fast I couldn't see it. But modern technology has just made it possible to see these things. You just have to know what to look for,
Yeah,
and
Patricia, one of the things I think is strange is there seems to have been a kind of from my, as I say, ignorant observations here on the I'm not even in the stadium. As I said, I don't know anything about this. I wouldn't even call myself on the sidelines. I'm probably like in a pub round the corner seeing the crowds going to the UFO convention, and I don't know really what's going on in it. But I think that there's been this weird evolution in the reports of what craft look like over the years. There's been
right.
flying saucers, cigars, and then I hear about spheres, tic tacs, cubes, all this type of thing. So you, from the sounds of it, saw spherical crafts, right?
No,
Oh,
you
sorry.
really have to take a look. I
Well,
saw
I tell you
those
what.
first, and then these other entities showed up later, and they are nothing like the things that we saw or were trained to see in the movies, the spaceships. Everybody's kind of looking for this alien with the gray eyes and the big heads, and they're looking for a spaceship like the Jetsons. And there may be a reason why they have steered us in the wrong direction. I have no idea why
Okay,
I saw these
Patricia, I have
things.
got your YouTube channel, darling. So
Okay.
we can have a look at that in a moment. Lacey, you said you saw a UFO or something like a UFO in 2017, right? I saw in the comments you said that.
Yeah, I did in the summer, in July of 2017. I made a video about it on my channel. It was one of the reasons why I started a YouTube channel, because after it happened, I couldn't stop thinking about it, and I thought about it every day. I just want to say that hello to Patricia, and that
Hi.
I was happy to hear your experiences, and I just wanted to add for DNW that I think what we have in this situation is a little bit of everything. So we have the government with the craft that they have, like how we have with Bob Lazar's testimony that they have been having experimental craft for quite some time. But then we have something else. The reason I asked about the craft changing shape is because this is quite common, that they can almost do like a shape shift, or what I call is it's almost an instant manifestation, but they can change their shape at will through the power of thought. And that's why a lot of these craft are reported to not have any kind of controls, because they're controlled by the mind. Now, as I said earlier, I don't necessarily believe in extraterrestrials that come from, say, the planet Mars or Venus or whatever. It's just something that isn't in my reality or realm of perception at this time. It was at one time, but I'll tell you, when I did see this craft in 2017, it was completely and totally unexpected.
Yeah.
I had been researching for a couple of years because of something a neighbor said to me a few years previous, and I couldn't forget. And so one night I was watching a TED Talk it was by Russell Targ, and it was called The Scientific Implications of Extrasensory Perception. I'll never forget. It was really good. And as I'm sitting there watching it, and this part's important, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed this light in the sky, this pale kind of hardly, like it wasn't super bright, it wasn't shining. I saw something out of the corner of my eye, and I turned and I said, well, what the heck is that? And immediately I got up and I went onto my balcony and looked up, and it was this beautiful, like, it's kind of difficult to describe its color because it was the deepest reddish orange glow, and it almost looked like that those dimmer switches in some people's living rooms, it looked like someone had taken that, like, it didn't look like light, it looked like a power source, and someone had taken it and slowed the power down almost, because it was it didn't give off any kind of glow. Like it was glowing orange, but it wasn't like how you would see helicopter lights or plane lights. The thing about it was that the way that it moved, what it looked like, it had 3 teardrop shaped large, like it was quite close up. It was either really, really big, but I believe it was quite close up, and probably a medium-sized craft. And it had 3 teardrop shape, where the circle part of the teardrop is on the outside, and then the points meet in the middle. There was 3 of them. And as it flew overhead, and I mean, I didn't know what this was at all. Like, all I saw was just a light in the sky. There's helicopters that go to the hospital. There's an airport that's not that far away, that was behind where my building was, but this was so close, and there was absolutely no noise. It was so silent at around 2:30 in the morning, this was, that you could hear a pin drop. And I mean, it is normally quiet where I live downtown, believe it or not. But it was so still and silent that it almost felt like time stopped. And of course, I knew at that moment that I wasn't looking at anything that we had available to us. Now, at that point, I had seen tons of UFO videos. Some of them were very badly filmed. Some of them were too far away. But this was so close that when I had this feeling, I don't know why, because the strongest feeling that I got about it was that as I'm looking at it, it was looking back at me. And there was a very, very non-distinct, like you could not mistake this for anything else. Like you were being observed back. That was the weirdest part. And I was just so stunned. And I had this feeling to put my thumb up in the air, almost like, when you hitchhike. I had a feeling to put my thumb up right in the air. And as the first 2 parts of like the quote lights or whatever, the power source, that's what I believe it was, went over me, I got the last one with my thumb. And the light was still glowing around the edge of my thumb. That's how large it was.
That's so, yeah, that's
Yeah,
bizarre.
I was on
Patricia,
the
is
night.
any of this resonating with you? Patricia's muted.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, without a doubt, it's very interesting. Especially the idea of them looking back at you. Eventually, you do realize that they actually are aware when you start to film them or are connecting with them. And I find personally, in the last couple of years, because I've been studying the videos. Initially, I just put them up and I hadn't really looked at them, but now I'm finding connections. I'm realizing that certain UAPs actually showed up more than one time, and that I had been filming them in different stages. And so they absolutely do, after a while, begin to, I don't want to say communicate. I've never been abducted, but it's a very obvious idea that you can feel them looking at you the same way if you're in a grocery store and you feel somebody looking at the back of your head. It's
Wow.
that
Okay.
same thing. So yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Thanks, Patricia. Sorry, Lacey. Yeah, sorry, you need to finish your point. Sorry about that, Lacey.
No, that's okay. I just didn't want to forget where I was. So I talked a little bit about how it moved. This was something that it was almost like you could blow it, like, like blow like air, and it would move. It was like weightless, and it was smoother than sailing on water. There was no resistance to its movement whatsoever. And how slow it was impossibly slow and smooth for something that we made. It was like a deep, on all the research that I've done, the color of this deep orange reddish color, it reminded me of like when certain metals get heated, like gold or copper or something like this, because it was glowing at such a way that it reminded me of magma. That kind of a glow, like that really deep orange. That's why, like, I thought that isn't a light, that looks like a power source. And that because of the way they were going so slow, that they like did the dimmer switch and pulled down the power almost to go at that speed. It was impossibly slow and smooth. So I only had about 15 seconds, but this happened in 2017. Now in 2025, as I said earlier, that's why I don't think that they're aliens. I believe that these are civilizations that have gone before us, that they are dimensional in nature, because there is like the spirit realms, and I believe that there are higher and lower dimensional realms, and that these are where these beings come from, and they're all beings that have came before our civilization now. So what I feel is that they are observing us. That's why they're checking bloodlines and stuff like this, because it's almost like we are their descendants in a way, and they are checking with our evolution and such. I've never been abducted either, I just want to say.
Right.
But I had an experience once in my spirit body where now I feel that this is why a lot of these abductions, now I've heard that these beings can go from spirit, like a ghost, to being physical, like you and I. But in this experience I had, I couldn't move anything but my head. And you hear a lot of that in a my cat just bit me on the forehead.
Sorry, Caleb just left. Caleb, if you want to come back, we'll let you on. Hit Caleb. Sorry, there's a new person here. Sorry, Caleb, I'll let you on in a moment, brother.
So yeah, I feel like, that they're observing us and taking on new members for their society as we evolve as a species and a civilization.
Okay, that's a really interesting thought. I want to just welcome in Caleb. Caleb, how are you doing? Welcome to the show.
Hey guys, my name's Caleb. Nice to meet you.
Caleb. Sorry. Caleb, are you by any chance the person from the WT UFO channel?
Yes, I've
Oh,
been
fantastic.
hosting a talk show about this for, I don't know, somewhere close to a year. I will drop a link in the chat.
Yes,
Just
please do, or in the private chat, and I'll share it with everybody.
Okay, great.
So we've got two UFO YouTubers here tonight, guys. We're very lucky.
Awesome.
We've got Patricia and Caleb. So I'll
Great to
share
meet
that
you, Patricia.
now. Yeah,
Thank you.
Caleb,
You as well.
the ladies here were just saying that they've seen UFOs before, and Patricia, Lacey has seen one back in 2017. Patricia has been having numerous experiences since 2016. What about yourself, Caleb? Have you had any experiences with UFOs? Have you seen them?
No, I wish. I'm jealous. I mean, I hope everything's going okay with Lacey and Patricia's experiences, because I know some people have had negative experiences, but I have never seen anything myself. I'm just fascinated by the topic, and I've been digging into it and learning a lot. And I'm really interested to hear people's perspectives about potential origins and how we should all be approaching this topic, and what are the interesting questions to ask, and what kind of actions we can take. So I don't know. Would you like me to talk at all about this, or
Yeah,
would
of
you
course.
like me to ask you some questions?
Caleb does a deep dive on his channel where he interviews people. So his is kind of like this show on steroids. I mean, he takes a whole show for each individual who's kind of an expert in it. And hopefully Patricia will be on it one day, Caleb, maybe. And basically,
I would love to
make
that connection. Yeah.
Basically, it's a great chance to go and have a look. I had a peruse over it, but I did only find him a few days ago, so I didn't get a chance to watch any in great detail, unfortunately, yet. But it looks very professional as well. Patricia's got a video, right? Patricia, the video on your channel is 2 hours and 18 minutes long. Is that the one that's kind of main? Is that the main one for people to watch? Patricia, you're muted.
Keep forgetting to unmute here. That's the latest one. I mean, I'm going to stick around and have these conversations with you, but absolutely almost pointless if you haven't watched that. And I don't need you to watch it to glorify anything about me, but if you really want to get an understanding about what's going on in the sky, or if you really want to get try to have an experience, you should look at that. And
okay, I'm going to share the video in the chat.
Yeah,
so
because
it's 2 hours long. Patricia, it's a bit long to watch.
Well,
for the show tonight.
Let me just tell you this: click through there anywhere, and you'll find a video that will possibly blow your mind. Because I don't use any stock videos. I'm primarily have posted what I filmed. I'm not trying to explain anything to you in any way, that this is what I saw and I want you to imagine it. I filmed these things, and I did not believe in these things prior to them showing up. And I have no idea why they showed up in the quantities they did and why they continue to show up. All I know is that they were there.
These are pretty amazing, Patricia, just kind of clicking through and looking at them right now.
You know, it's
I'm going to share
my mind
the video.
then and still blowing my mind.
Do you want to share it, Caleb, and talk us through it, your opinion as somebody who's more au fait with it than I am? Do you want to present the screen of her video and just see if it matches anything you've seen before?
Oh yeah, of Patricia's video, you mean?
Yeah, why not? I mean, you can just stop it at random places and just if you're kind of if it sparks any recognition.
Yeah. Okay. Having not done this before, I could easily do it wrong.
So I would advise you to make the screen big so that we don't see the sides. You know. There you go. You've done it. Do you want me to share that now, Caleb?
Oh yeah, sure. Okay. So when I share, it sends it up to you to potentially.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is really Patricia's territory. So yeah, I mean, maybe it would make more sense to have Patricia explain some of this stuff. But how long have you been seeing these things, Patricia?
Since 2016. And the more stranger one started in 2017. the first image you saw was to the left was the picture of a UAP that a gentleman by the name of Trevor James Constable took in 1975, and the images on the right side were the images that I saw in 2000. Some of the images in 2017. So he filmed something in 1975 that I saw again in 2017, trying to give you an idea of the span of time, and that laying out an idea that these entities, maybe they have been around for a long time, and because we've been looking for something different, we've been looking for little green men, and we've been looking for, spaceships with the little antennas, and that just does not appear to be how they actually look. And
Yeah,
the
this I
thing on
go
the
ahead.
right side is my putting a filter, because I just stumbled on this filter called glowing edges. So the left is the actual video of the image. The right is where I put the filter on it too, because I started to notice that some of them had this red and orange deep glowing, which to me seemed like it could be a source of energy, which, so, and I'm no expert. It's just, I'm an expert in what I filmed. That's
Can I
all.
just say something? Sorry,
Yes.
guys. As obviously I don't know anything about this compared to you guys, but I did briefly look at something yesterday that perked my interest, and it was a kind of scientist trying to give an explanation for it based on these craft being some kind of anti-gravity kind of military equipment, right? That uses, I believe it's one of the lightest substances known to man. It's synthetic. I think it's called aerogel. Okay, and they use aerogel to make this kind of container. Okay, now it's a spherical container, and basically it can change volume, so it sucks in air and it forms a vacuum internally. Okay, pressurized vacuum, obviously, to interact with the outside atmosphere, and this vacuum causes it to float. Okay, and changes in the kind of content of the sphere allow it to move. Okay, so apparently it can move very, very rapidly. Okay, apparently there's highfalutin physics involved in this. So if you drastically change the vacuum, it causes an immense reaction, and the sphere either goes up or down. Okay, and they also have some kind of jet propulsion where they can let air out the back as well, the sides, sorry, so they can move horizontally. Also, apparently, these same spheres can sink into the sea, take in water, and the more they take in, the more they sink, obviously, and obviously they can shoot it out to float, so they can move through the water as well. I don't know, is this something you guys have heard about? That there's this kind of anti-gravity kind of technology that uses vacuums in spheres using aerogel. Apparently, it's aerogel mixed with something else. There's apparently a new version of aerogel that's kind of an alloy with some other material. So it's very light, but it's also hard enough to allow a vacuum to be created within it. And it's
Do you
strong
mind if
enough
I ask DNW? First of all, what should I call you? I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Yeah, DNW is fine. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, nice to meet you, DNW. It sounds to me like maybe Lacey and Patricia are a little farther down the bunny hole in terms of onboarding ideas, like being open to maybe the reality or possibly extreme interpretations of this idea. I'm kind of waving my hands around here looking for words. But are you kind of closer to the beginning of your journey in terms of understanding?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, great.
As I said to you, I know nothing, and I'm sorry about that, guys. But yeah.
Well, no, that's great. I mean, I think we're all in like a pretty similar boat. But I, having spent a few years thinking about it, I do have some stuff that I think might be useful for you to look at kind of in this early in the bunny hole phase. And I was wondering if I could maybe click into those documents that I mentioned. Would that be cool with you?
Yeah. I mean, I've got them here, but they're very lengthy documents. Do you want to share them on a screen or something?
If I do this, does that Will that work? Oh no, I can't just click to it. I have to
unfortunately, it will
select
get rid of
Okay.
Patricia's video. Yeah.
Okay. I will sort of manually do this. There are 3 documents, and I'll walk you through the sort of general idea of why
Okay.
I think this is worth thinking about before I waste too much of your time with this. But can you see this popping up for you?
Yeah, let me know when you want me to share it, brother.
Okay, yeah, now is good because it'll just be visual
Okay.
background to
There you
the
go.
basic sort of concept. All right, so this is from 1955. It's called Special Report Number 14 by Project Blue Book. And I'll just start generally scrolling while I lay out the very simple idea here. Yeah, go ahead. Did you want to? Nope. Okay.
No, I was just saying thank you. I'll leave it in your hands. So there you go.
Okay.
Bro.
So Blue Book was the Air Force's, the United States Air Force's like official public-facing research operation of UFOs from like the 50s to the 60s, and then eventually they closed it because it was just too annoying for them to deal with. And then at the end of the 60s, there was a sort of famous scientific report that shut down further investigation, and we entered kind of like a UFO ice age after that. And then in the 20s, in the like late teens and early 2020s, we got the glimmers of government engaging with this, military and publicly engaging with this again. And so the logical line to draw that's really important and that makes it worthwhile to go through these documents is that these things have been appearing for a really long time. So when people do float explanations like aerogel, which is a totally reasonable thing to believe actually contemporarily exists, you have to put that in the context of people having reported these objects since the 1940s. So the straightforward kind of logic about UFOs being probably non-human goes, we've been seeing these things since at least the 1940s and probably for much longer. And now we know as of the 2020s that the military doesn't know what they are. And therefore, it is likely that the things that we've been seeing this whole time are not human, because it's vanishingly unlikely that something from the 1940s would have been developed in like DARPA of the time. And the reason you can sort of logically suss that out is that we would have, if we'd had this anti-gravity tech, used it since then. So we wouldn't have spent trillions of dollars building scramjets or whatever every decade since we invented it. We would have just moved to anti-gravity technology. So that's the argument. And basically, if you want to believe that we did invent anti-gravity and kept it secret in the 1940s, you have to onboard like a totally different conspiracy theory, which is pretty significant. So this is just
I would say that's a very good point. It would make no sense to not utilize that technology if they had it, you know. In a more overt fashion, you know, especially when there's been wars and stuff around the place.
Right.
I mean, wars would have been over pretty quickly if they had that technology, wouldn't it? So yeah, go ahead. Sorry, brother. Great point.
Well, thank you. So that's the overall general idea. And looking at this report, I think is mostly instructive because it just shows you how extremely seriously the Air Force was taking stuff like this in the 1950s. The 50s were actually like a super busy time for UFOs. And specifically in 1952, there was like a massive sweep of sightings around the country. So these are some cool illustrations. There are not a ton of these in the report, so I'll just linger on this for a minute. But the main reason to look at this report is just to like notice that somebody spent 313 pages of Air Force research tabulating and calculating what all these sightings looked like and what the percentages of them were, and you know, like carefully getting these reports in writing. And then you can kind of look at, let's see, there are some charts here and there. Yeah, flashing lights, portholes. So like flying saucer type shapes pop up a lot, triangles pop up a lot, and then you have just like data. It's not particularly interesting, except
it gives serious credibility to the subject when you see the amount of research and that went into this document. And this was back in the 50s. So.
Yeah, so they took it extremely seriously. I'm gonna stop presenting that one. I'd like to show you, if you're up for it, two more. One of which is similarly long. Okay. Presenting, sorry. Oh God, don't show these tips again. Okay, I think this is NICAP. No, this is Special Report
This is
14
this
again.
is
No,
Blue Book
sorry.
one, yeah.
Yeah, that's the same one. I'm sorry.
That's the same one, yeah.
I want to give you there's an
Guys, you can
organization called
follow-
NICAP.
You can
Yeah.
look up Caleb's channel, WTUFO, on YouTube, and he's also on Twitter as well. So it's the WTUFO show, and that's his X. That's his X username. So you can find
And-
them there as well.
Thank you very much. I also would like to just share these documents because I think they're worth having in everybody's arsenal.
Yeah.
The Blue Book 14 one, and I'm going to do NICAP in a second, and then the preliminary assessment from 2021. But if you want to take a break from me, I'll pull up the NICAP one.
Yeah.
Or I can kind of
it's
vamp.
just. I mean, I remember I've read. Do any of you know any about any famous sightings? I mean, I remember I read a long time ago that there was a sighting in Italy somewhere. I think it was in the 50s, where there was a stadium and there was loads of people in a football stadium, and some kind
Yes.
of cigar-shaped UFO flew over the stadium.
Yeah, and they actually
And,
stopped the game. This was like a 5,000 person game.
Do you know when that
5,000
was?
people were
Caleb?
at this game. I think it was like 1954, but I'm not sure.
I'll look it up right now because I read that. By the way, I read that ages ago. So it just came into my mind. So yeah, you know about that one as well. I mean, that one sounds very convincing when you think about how many people actually saw that. You know.
Yeah, it's at least like 5,000 people, and there was like a silky spider web material that ended up all over the field. They had to stop play. Like it was a very serious event. Some people described it as like an egg shape, and other people described it as like a saucer kind of on its side, I think.
Yeah, and it wasn't a blimp. I mean, how fast did it move? We'll see. UFO sightings in Italy. 1 second. I'm on the.
Yeah, I don't remember that it demonstrated any of what is kind of called the 5 observables in contemporary UFO parlance, like the rapid acceleration or abrupt right turns or anything. But it was weird as heck, and it sprinkled spider webs, which is apparently a common UFO phenomenon.
Really? Well, I never knew that, so I learned something tonight. Yeah, and as Lacey said. What Patricia saw did look a little bit like plasma. You know, it seemed to have some kind of plasma element to it. You know, I don't know if Patricia agrees with that, but do you think that as well, Patricia?
Oh, without a doubt. You know, I've been consulting ChatGTP and actually uploading various stills and getting opinions, and the opinions of ChatGPT regarding a lot of my images have been really astounding, and it does tend to lean toward some of them, especially the more stringier ones, as having a plasma origin, but also because of the behaviors. You know, that there's a particular red one that the red ones are not the red orbs, but the red UAPs, and there's a difference, are very difficult to film. But the 5 that I did film have a action occurring, which is they're opening and closing before shifting out into a different shape. And Chat seems to think that probably means that they are drawing substances from our environment, maybe studying that. But the red ones have a tendency to, once they realize you're filming, they would actually change shape and camouflage out into this kind of a red or this flat looking.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So you have to. It's and it's everywhere, but people are looking for little spaceships. And of course, then what was amazing to me in 2017, I had never heard of the Tic Tac, And when I did see it in 2017, that's when they started talking about it. Interestingly enough, to me, it now feels like it was a distraction because all this other stuff was going on in the sky. And so they go, oh, wait, look, there's a Tic Tac. And everybody's looking at this Tic Tac online. Meanwhile, I'm filming legions of UAPs going God knows where, right?
Wow.
And so then I find out that the Tic Tac didn't even occur in 2017. It occurred in 2005.
Wow.
You know, so
Okay.
that's interesting to me.
That is interesting. That is interesting. Patricia, I'm just going to read this. This is about the 1954 sighting in Stadio Artemio Franchi in Italy,
Mhm.
whereas in Florence in Italy. So basically, in 1954, October 1954, a reserve game between Fiorentina and nearby rivals Pistoiosi was underway at the Stadio Artemio Franchi, where when a group of UFOs traveling at high speed abruptly stopped over the stadium. The stadium became silent as a crowd of around 10,000 spectators witnessed the event and described the UFOs as cigar-shaped. The sighting went on for several minutes before silvery glitter fell down and covered the entire stadium. The substance was also seen falling elsewhere the same day, whereafter shiny balls had been observed. It was suggested that the most likely explanation was that the silk of mass migrating spiders had agglomerated high in the atmosphere. However, this suggestion was contradicted by the chemical analysis of the substance that was undertaken at the Institute of Chemical Analysis at the University of Florence, which found it to contain boron, silicon, calcium, and magnesium, which, according to science writer Philip Ball, did not seem to match with the spider theory. Magnesium and calcium are fairly common elements in living bodies, boron and silicon much less so. But if these were the main elements that the white fluff contained, it doesn't sound to me as though they'd come from spiders. That's what this Philip Ball chap said. So there you go, guys. That was in 1954. I heard about that one before, but we might go into some kind of like famous mass sightings, you know, where like lots of people saw them. So yeah,
I think it's absolutely, and I'm sorry to interrupt you. If you're if you're serious about trying to have this experience, this idea of continuously delving into dusty redacted documents and old sightings, you're never going to have this experience because
you got to look up at the sky.
You have to look at the sky.
I will say one thing. I will say one thing to you, Patricia. Now, when I was in about 2006, I'd say I looked up at the sky once. Okay, I was in university at the time, and I was walking down the steps. Believe it or not, I'd been in the library, a rare occurrence. But anyway, I was coming out of the library, I was walking out down the steps and out of the campus, and it was night, and I looked up at the sky, and this green thing shot across the sky. I have no idea what it was. I know it was a green light. To this day, I don't know what that was. It was very strange. I actually haven't thought about it much, but I don't think it was a UFO. I think it was probably some kind of well, I actually don't know what that was, but it was a green light anyway. Maybe it was some kind of, I mean, I've seen shooting stars before. They've always been white to me, but I don't know what that was. It was a green light moving very, very fast across the sky. I don't know if any of you have ever seen green lights moving across the sky at very, very fast speeds. Is that something you've seen?
A few.
You've seen that as well?
Really?
Well, I'm just, again, I don't know why this happened to me, and I hope I don't sound. I've just had this conversation so many times, and then I talk to people, and they haven't seen anything, or they haven't watched this video, and it's like, what are we talking about then? Or they're just kind of throwing stuff out here. So I don't understand, what. It's very serious to me because it's so many of them, and there's so many different types of them, and there's so many different ideas about what they could be or what they're doing. And I don't know. I'm just, it's an interesting thing to me why some people see them and why some people don't. And one thing's for certain, you cannot film these with a iPhone. You have to have a decent camera. And the other thing is that they don't move the way most people are explaining uh, their experiences. The only things that kind of move that way that you're talking about that I saw, they don't shoot across like a shooting star. They are, in fact, when you zoom in on them, they look like a star and they're not moving at all until you actually have zoomed in on them, locked in on it, and stayed with this entity. That's when they start to move. And they don't move like that, they disappear.
Okay.
What kind of camera do you use, Patricia?
Initial camera I got, my son got me a Canon HS something or another, and he just knew that I liked filming the moon, and that's how I started. I got bored filming the moon and thought I saw a little star, and what I thought was a star, and just was, I thought my camera was broke, the way this thing was behaving and moving and changing. And then, eventually someone suggested just put it on auto, and I did. And lo and behold, the camera there at certain times, I would lock on one thing that I was filming, and the next thing I know, the camera was clicking away because it had caught something in such a clear focus in auto that it would start snapshotting these things in different stages. And so, of course, now I'm thinking I'm going nuts because
Sure.
and you put this up and people are going, what the hell is that? And I'm thinking somebody should know, because I'm not a scientist or any of that. And at this point, and again, I hope I don't sound, I'm frustrated.
Sure. That totally makes sense.
And it does make sense, Patricia, because you've got a wealth of experience in something that not many people have. And it is very important, obviously, because these things are very, very strange. And I can imagine how frustrating it is to have had such a vast volume of these experiences and not really know fully what they are, that must be very frustrating. Yeah.
Well, and then you pull in interesting information like from the Book of Enoch, which states that what we call stars actually can get imprisoned for not being at their station in the sky on time. When I read that, I just went all over the place. What does that mean? But now when I watch these orbs, I understand, because they, in my opinion, very often are guiding a larger UAP to something else, to another place. They actually blink like a airplane lights. You'll see the red one will show up first and then the white one, and they will start to blink. And I, of course, was focused on them. And it wasn't until something told me, slow the film down, look at this a different way, that I begin to see these other entities or objects or beings or whatever they are shooting through. Now they will move fast, but they move so fast you cannot see them. The first time I played a video back slow, for whatever reason, whatever guided me to do that, and this certain thing shot through there, it scared the crap out of me. Because I'm looking at this video, looking at these orbs, thinking that's all there was to see. And of course, as time has gone on, I even realize now I can recognize the camouflage, because I would film sometimes and I would, this orb or this round circle would just flatten out and I couldn't get a focus on it. And then one or two times I just hung with that. And the next thing I know, the natural shape and form of whatever this was started to appear. And so I recently began to think that they can only hold the camouflage for so long. And so that's probably what's happening. People are looking up and they see something flat and they think it's just nothing. But in truth, What it is you have to learn to hang with it. And you cannot see them with an iPhone. You know, you may see something flat or round or maybe something orbish looking, but the true UAP you cannot see with that camera. With that, you have to
Normal
have
cameras,
you have to have a decent camera, and you
They're very
have to hang
specialized
in
equipment.
there.
Well, Patricia, Divine Hazel says, Patricia, do not worry what others think. You have had wonderful experiences. This is part of your mission here on Earth at this time. That's what Hazel thinks. So there you go, Patricia.
Well, I appreciate that, Hazel, because believe me, it has taken over my life at this point, and I try not to get emotional. I often do, because I don't know why.
Christian Thompson says that he's seen orbs. The first time it was above his head while he was peeing in the bush, and he got scared and he peed his pants. There you go. Now Christian is a regular here. He's usually a very serious guy. So yeah, I believe that story. So there you go.
It's a close
I wanna
encounter,
say-
Christian.
Yeah. So Lacey, do you know how high? Sorry, I don't know who you're talking to there, Lacey. Is that about the orb, Lacey? You can talk, Lacey.
No, in Patricia's videos, does she have any idea how high up that was? Was it in the sky or was it like up in space, up above the stratosphere, where there's no oxygen?
Which one?
The videos that we were watching when Caleb was talking about it, your video there with the plasma craft.
No, every single
Show them,
thing
Caleb, yeah.
appears to be a star. The thing I found that was different eventually is that the flickering. The
Okay.
thing that I saw eventually there's no flicker on it. I'm not saying that there are not orbs that do, because there are some that do flicker. In the atmosphere's turbulence and all of that, they're not flickering actually. But they always appeared as some tiny, tiny, tiny star somewhere. And for some reason, I just started hanging with that and zooming in and learning different ways to try to get it to bounce. And, over the time, I started to realize, of course, that they're not stars. They're not stars
My
at
God,
all.
they do look mighty strange. They almost look like weird kind of jellyfish in the sky, don't they? They're just very strange.
Some of them
Wow,
do,
Well,
I mean, it looks like you're looking at something under a microscope, and it's like some kind of very small form of life or something, But obviously, yeah, you saw it up in the sky.
almost like energetic veins.
It's
Because
interesting that.
sorry.
Yeah,
that's
go
why I
ahead,
was-
Lacey. No, you.
No, that's why I was asking, because it's interesting, because I've heard this many times that these would be appearing as stars quite far away, but outside appearing like they are up in space. And do you hear that, like the waters above? Have you ever heard that? So sometimes it looks like water out there. Even when you see them on the space station, you can see little air bubbles and stuff go through water. It almost looks like water. So you hear that with these plasma type of creatures, that this has been documented for a long time. They've been telling us there's stuff up there, but I just think that maybe over time it's been lost in translation. Because isn't that ever interesting? You can see and I've heard how they what's that called? Transform or shapeshift. And like I was saying, they can do that with thought. But
Very, very bizarre. And obviously, Patricia says,
yeah.
And you both have said that merely you observing them seems to have an effect on them. It's like they know you're looking at them. You sense that.
Yeah.
And that's common.
Yeah, for sure. And like I was saying, when I first started talking about this and started telling my story, and it sucks because I didn't know what I was looking at, so I didn't even know that I would need a camera. I didn't even think it was anything abnormal at all. Like there was lights in the sky so often that I just was like, oh, what the heck is that? And went out on the balcony, and I never got any picture, video, nothing. So it's just like my story has to be enough, and people taking my word for it, which, is not so great. It can be stressful for sure, so it's lucky that you have something, You know, it's
Right.
it's really cool to have something.
Indeed.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's
I don't mean
amazing
to
the
cut you off,
amount of
but
material she has. Sorry, Patricia.
watch this one if you can. This is
Okay.
almost a 15-minute transformation.
Wow, look at that. That looks like a set of lungs in the sky. That's bizarre.
Mm.
It does look like lungs.
It won't in a minute.
It's changing shape. Yeah, it's moving around. Yeah.
And Patricia, just for your kind of comparison's sake, have you done some looking at other lights and kind of like ruled out distant light sources of other kinds? Like, have you spent some time looking at stars and noticing that they're nothing like this at all, or like
Well, I
tracking
have
planes and ruling them out?
at this point in my life, I don't even think stars as we have thought about that. I don't even think that exists.
Hmm. Interesting.
Wow. Yeah. That is very bizarre. You don't have to tell us
Yeah.
where you are. I don't know if you say where you are, Patricia, on your videos. But can I ask, are you in like the countryside? I mean, you have such a clear view of these things. There doesn't seem to, there's not a lot of light pollution around, right? So you have a good view of the sky, do you, at night?
Oh, when I was filming them, yeah, it's I know it's the natural thing to try to rationalize this. It has
No,
been for me, even having witnessed it, there are times I just think, what could this be?
Of course, yeah.
And so,
I mean,
there's
the light.
there's no light. I mean, if you look to the left, I put the date, the time, the weather, all the stuff UAP, UFO communities want, and still would say it's a bird. So
Sorry, I got hit with an ad there.
that's it. Again, I know, I hope I don't sound that way. I really would like answers, and I kind of get.
That's okay. Can I ask Caleb here? Caleb, have you seen anything like the ones that Patricia has seen here? Have you seen
No,
anything like this in your studies?
No, well, not personally, but I have seen people report evolving plasma orbs. It's like it's actually pretty common. I mean, if you go down like TikTok bunny holes, you do see some things like this. Though, Patricia, I should say, like, this is some of the best, most interesting footage that I've seen of anything like this. So thank you so much for spending the time to focus on it.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for looking.
I also I want to sympathize with you that this is a tough thing to talk about. It's hard because we're not at this point of like a generally accepted scientific curiosity about the subject.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
there's like a really broad instinct to dismiss. And also there's everybody's at kind of like a different point in figuring this out. So like a good solid half of at least my country is like still in a nothing to see here kind of place. And then a bunch of people are sort of tiptoeing in and thinking, well, maybe it's technological. And then a bunch of people think there might be like a spiritual component, which it sounds like is more the avenue that you and Lacey have been taking lately. And there are people who think we might be dealing with multiple kinds of beings and multiple like layers of reality. So I personally, my journey was to start pretty nuts and boltsy. Just thinking about technological objects in the sky, and then evolving. That has gradually been evolving toward understanding or intuiting that these objects probably relate to reality in ways that we currently don't. And one way to think about that is if you imagine like a spaceship coming from far, far away, if a civilization's a million years ahead of us, it's easy to intuit that they might have better like propulsion capacity, like faster than light travel or whatever. But then there's a similar realization to on board about the nature of reality, which is that if there's such a thing as a spirit realm or maybe multiple spirit realms, if those things are real and another species is a million years ahead of us technologically, it would stand to reason that more advanced species might know more about the spirit realm or the multiple layers of reality and be able to exploit it or use it or move through it, or maybe to naturally have evolved within that substrate. And to bring it back down to earth, we walk around as humans thinking like we basically get the nature of reality with our sensory apparatus, but all the living things on Earth perceive reality in radically different ways. They can see, many insects can see UV rays, and some animals can like smell heat, and like our intersection with reality is like vastly different, even from the other creatures that we evolved with. So it doesn't seem like that much of a stretch to me to imagine that in the trillions of galaxies, or at least trillions of stars out there, that beings might have evolved to work with and inhabit naturally other parts of reality than those which we can intuitively perceive. So it seems to me like the spiritual theory is compatible potentially with a technological theory of a visiting race or races.
I had a theory. Now it's kind of a completely crazy theory, perhaps, but I don't know, Caleb, if you heard of the fact that some physicists theorize that time is an illusion, and that we live in a block universe, where
Yes.
everything has always happened at once. So the past, the present, and the future is all there. Basically, if you were to imagine existence as a screen or computer screen, all the pixels are there, and they always were and always will be. So you've got the past, the present, the future. Now, I theorize that because of this thing called radioactive decay in subparticles and such, the future us, or whatever we become, might be worried that they could become non-existent if the past is in any way changed. So they move back to make sure that everything remains the same, and they prevent any kind of radioactive decay. I mean, that's a completely crazy idea, but I just thought I'd let you know.
No.
That,
I mean, a couple people have written books about this idea.
Oh, really?
Michael Masters calls it the extraterrestrial model. I just read this book actually, and I would recommend checking that out. So that's a Google pitch for you.
So actually, what I've said is an idea others have had as well. Okay.
Yeah, well, so when you get into encounter and experiencer data, there are a lot of reports of interactions with beings that involve some kind of sexual exchange or harvesting of gametes. And so one of the things Michael Masters says about this is that would only make sense if these things could somehow interact with us biologically. And if they can do that, it sort of stands to reason that we're related. And one possible explanation for that would be that they are us from the future. But another also compatible explanation would be that we are related to some of these beings in ways that we don't yet understand. Like they could predate us. There could be beings that are moving around the universe, kind of seeding various planets with life that will grow up to be like them. And maybe we're one of those seeds. So we're sort of biologically compatible with them.
Maybe as Lacey said, and a lot of people have kind of said this, I'm sure, that we're kind of there's a multiverse or something, and they're coming through portals to visit us, but it's just the same. It's us basically, but from other universes.
Yeah, other sort of dimension. Like we reach for the word dimension there, but we kind of mean reality. It's it's an area where we could use some better nomenclature. I'm gonna leave this video playing, but I want to hop into two quick boring, dusty things to Patricia's point. One is this NICAP report, which I think this is more your speed, DNW, but other people should check this out too. It's like another 300 plus page report. And because Patricia's right that this is dusty, we won't spend very long here, but I did want to say that I think it's worth just, if you're early in the bunny hole and you're still trying to figure out whether this is a real thing, it's worth looking at collections of, say, like Air Force reports about these things.
Can you name this report for everybody, please, so that we know which
yes,
one it is?
It's called the UFO Evidence, and it was by the National Investigation Committee on Aerial Phenomena. There were a bunch of really quite serious people involved in this, including the first head of the American CIA, who said pretty explicitly, these things are real. They're not visionary. They're not fictitious. They're almost certainly not Russian. So we know they're not ours. We know they're not Russian. That basically only leaves somebody else. And I noted, Patricia, that you said in the chat that that you were born in 1952. So I wanted to just like double click a little bit on 1952 because it was a super fascinating year. It has one of the biggest sightings. DNW, you were mentioning like big sightings that lots of people saw.
Yeah.
This is a picture from 1952 in Salem, Massachusetts, which happens to be right near where I am.
Wow.
Looks kind of like a phalanx of, light glowing UFOs of some kind. This is in the National Archives of the US. I'll drop the link in the chat.
Wow.
And this happens to be the same week as a mass sighting over DC, where these UFOs buzzed the Capitol and the White House, and jets were scrambled to follow them, and they just could not keep up. And this happened 2 weekends in a row. And there was a wave of sightings all across the Northeast of the United States, of which this photograph was one. This was taken by a member of the Coast Guard, I believe. So, kind of a serious, believable person.
A big deal. Yeah.
And it's still
very,
in the
very
National
strange. And that's
Archives.
in 1952.
1952 July, I believe, like the 19th, the 16th. Okay. And so this is the week. I'd be curious when Patricia's birthday is, just in case. But I also wanted to mention that some really great science has been done about this by Beatrice Villarreal. She looked, NASA recommended when they did their study a year or two ago, maybe we could look at astronomical plates that predate satellites. So we could look at the sky and say, well, there's nothing technological up there. So whatever we see would therefore be interesting. And this is a really interesting thing that she found. It's an astronomical plate from that week. This is the 19th of July, 1952. So 3 days after that photograph. 3 days after this, we have this astronomical plate, and you can see in these three, the top right and the bottom two, there are no triple transients. And then, can you see my cursor? Is my mouse moving around or?
Yeah,
no?
it is. Yep.
Okay, cool. So these little guys right here are the triple transient that Beatrice Villarreal and her team at Vasco, which is, I think, an acronym in a language I don't speak, tracked. And so this is like one of the hardest pieces of scientific evidence that we have for flying objects. Photos are dicey. It's hard to like prove that they're real. Even video can be a little tricky. But this is pretty close to smoking gun evidence that some technological thing was flying through the sky on the same week that thousands of people in America saw them, and people took pictures like this. So that's just connecting some breadcrumbs for you. And finally, but before I jump, I wanted to share this preliminary assessment from 2021, which people should check out if they haven't. This is like one of the only times that the contemporary U.S. government has said, we have seen some weird stuff and we can't tell you what it is. And the important things to pull from this are that a bunch of these reports involved multiple sensors. A bunch of these reports demonstrated advanced technology, like unusual movement patterns or flight characteristics, and that we couldn't confirm that these are foreign collection programs or that they're secret U.S. programs. So when you combine that with history and with the evidence, I think you have like a really strong argument that things like what Patricia is filming are genuinely anomalous and worth taking very seriously. So I've taken up the floor for enough time there. Thank you for bearing with me.
Oh, fantastic, Caleb. Thank you so much. Go ahead, sorry.
I would just like to say it's kind of on when you think about the scientific end of it and the spiritual end of it, and I'm not particularly religious anymore. I hate the word religion, and I think all of this ancient texts and all of that is information. We've combined it into some kind of religious thing that has destroyed the actual information in there. And in the Bible somewhere it says that we are in awe of a candle when in fact we have the sun. And this to me is kind of the same thing. You have science on the one end trying to categorize everything, and this is this and this is that and this is this and this is that. Meantime, the sky is aflutter with this. And if it was dangerous, by the time they get through documenting it, whatever it is that their intention is, they will be able to fully move forward with that, because we're spending so much time doing, is it it travels this way, look, and over here, and we thought last year it looked like this, and science has its way of looking for things, to me, that have absolutely nothing to do sometimes with what is actually going on. And so they're looking for all of these clues, and the stuff is right there.
Can I ask you a question, guys? Have any of you spoken to people who have theories about this? I mean, is it generally something that people aren't particularly worried about, but they're curious, or do some people find these phenomena really worrying, like as if like it's like we're eerily, maybe there's something surveying us for nefarious reasons, perhaps? Or, I mean, I've even heard before that some people view this planet as like a prison planet, and these are like kind of prison wardens flying around making sure we're behaving ourselves. I mean, I've also heard people say such things as like they're archons or something, or they're entities that are feeding off our suffering, like it's like loose. We're living in a loosh farm. And that's why there's so much suffering on this planet Earth, and that these entities fly here, they're empowered by our suffering. I mean, have any of you heard anybody try to explain the reason for all of these? I mean, have any of you ever come across or spoken to somebody who has stated that they've had communication with any of these entities, or received messages?
Yes, to that last thing. But Patricia, did you want to answer this? I have some thoughts, but if you want to go, I'll defer to you.
I've not spoken to anyone that, I mean, you're tying the Gnostic in with the UAP, I think, kind of. And I don't know, I think it depends on what your level of understanding is about Gnosticism. So no, I don't think they're aeons. I think they're totally a different entity. And yes, I do think this is a prison, but I think it has more to do with Yaldabaoth and the Demiurge and Pistis Sophia and all of that went on, and how we came to be.
Right.
The UAPs that I see, I don't even think they are allowed to communicate in the way that you and I are communicating. When they do stop or hesitate or seem to catch me filming them, some of them may get seems a little aggressive. The others just either stop what they're doing and disappear. And what I found is that they appear to have disappeared, but if you lighten up the film, often they're still there. So, I mean, it's a combination of things, but my take on Gnosticism is Pistis Sophia did something she shouldn't. She created Yaldabaoth. Yaldabaoth created us with that flawed image. The fallen came down here. They were really attracted to the sexual energy. They got trapped. We're trapped down here with them. I mean, I could go into that for a moment.
We should have a chat about that one day.
Yeah.
Chat about that one day, another day. But yeah, thank you for that. Caleb, brother, you said you've heard people say that they've received messages. Is that right? From the aliens?
I have, yeah. But I'd also love to bounce off your question about whether there's a potential of a threat here, and taken in a couple different directions.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first thing to say is that it's quite likely, looking at the literature and all the different form factors and different kinds of encounters, that we're dealing with different kinds of beings, different kinds of either extraterrestrial or spiritual intelligences. Like, this is probably not all one package. And even if it were one package, I think we would still reasonably expect that just like humans, there could be different sort of behaviors in the group. Like, some humans are chill, and many of us are jerks. So they probably have some similar rainbow of behavior, even if they're all one kind of creature, which they're probably not. Second, I'm reading a book right now by Michael Bolander, who I'm going to interview tomorrow, who's an international criminal lawyer, and he teaches and writes about the potential intersection of international law with extraterrestrial contact and with the project of SETI and messaging extraterrestrial intelligence. And his overall take right now is that we're not anywhere close to ready, and it would be wise for us to prepare with the expectation that it's possible, it's at least possible, that there could potentially be a threat from some of these beings. Doesn't mean that we should assume that they're threatening, and to present a violent front, I think many people have fairly and wisely pointed out, would be dangerous. If we were to rush in with guns blaring, that would probably be a bad approach. But by the same token, if we were to assume that we're powerless or assume that they're definitely benevolent, that might present its own sort of existential dangers too. So it's wise to keep your question, I think, somewhere on the burner, even if it doesn't have to be on the front burner. It should be on the stove somewhere. And concurrent with, yeah, go ahead.
Jump in there, Caleb. And I think that my view on it is, I take the same view as I think Stephen Hawkins said. You know, if there is intelligent life in the universe, we should be very cautious about contacting it.
Yes.
Because if you look at life itself, life doesn't have a very good track record on this planet of say, let's just say, more powerful life in how it interacts with what is less powerful life. If you look at us, we are, I suppose you could say, we're intellectually the most powerful animals on this planet, and we're not very nice to each other, and we're certainly not very nice to other species. So I would agree with Stephen Hawkins, rest in peace, when he said we should be very careful about wishing to contact aliens or extraterrestrials. And I would say, yeah, we should pursue our studies with caution and perhaps do so as covertly as possible. Anyway, sorry, go ahead, Caleb.
Yeah, I think that's very wise. And I think along these lines, it makes sense to assume that we're not getting the full picture here just yet. And we can tell that because they're not doing the proverbial White House lawn landing. And when they intersect with people like Lacey and Patricia, they're not giving them all the information that we would love to have. And that's, over thousands of encounters with various people. There are sort of hints of broader pictures, but we don't know how much to trust them. And I wanted to read this little Bolander quote. He says, humans treat their offspring in much the same way for entirely benevolent reasons, like we're protecting our kids from the complexities of the grown-up universe. But there's also there are examples of more powerful groups keeping weaker groups in ignorance for the former's own and sole benefit, as in for the benefit of the powerful group. And so he says deception is basically thus to be expected. So like either they're deceiving us because they're protecting us, or they're deceiving us in a controlling fashion, but it's reasonable to expect that there's some deception at play.
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, we were talking about Noam Chomsky's manufacturing of consent, and how it seems to be that the ultimate powers like to keep us in the dark about things and present material that is irrelevant or will cause problems. So that's actually scary though, because I do view this Earth as a kind of psychoarchy. I view it as like naturally deceptive, ruthless individuals who don't care about others are more likely to get to the top because they're willing to do things that are nefarious and immoral. And unfortunately, intelligent psychopaths will be more likely to get to the top than others, because others will be more hesitant in their actions. They'll dilly-dally, and they'll be less likely to take risks, etc. So if you think about that on a cosmic scale, that kind of nature is very worrying indeed. Caleb, I just want to ask you another question. You've spoken to a lot of people, obviously, and you've spoken to some people, you said, who have had these sightings, a lot of these sightings, sorry. Have you seen any commonality in the types of people? I mean, would you say they're kind of... they seem to be very spiritual, very friendly, very compassionate, very caring individuals? have you noticed any commonalities at all in these people that you've been talking to?
That's a good question. I'm gonna just flag first that it would be anecdata for me to draw any conclusions, and I would lean off the cuff to saying yes, people tend to be more spiritual, more open, etc. But I would also say that the people who have done rigorous data research about this, like John Mack, who was I believe the head of the Harvard Medical School Psychiatry Division in the 1990s, and really did a bunch of experiencer research, came to the conclusion that there wasn't a unifying principle to experiencers. Like there was no shared psychopathology that John Mack at least could identify. So like these people didn't all have childhood trauma, or they weren't all ADHD or something. Like, as far as we can tell, this happens to all sorts of people. And many, many people who have experiences with beings or craft don't ever report them to public settings, partially because of what Patricia was explaining. It's just like exhausting and so frustrating to try to explain your story and have people go, "Are you sure it wasn't stars?"
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, there is a stigma attached to it as well, especially, I think, less so in America, and maybe less so now than in the past. But I think certainly for a long time, it was a kind of thing you were scared of telling people because they would be questioning your sanity, and unfairly, obviously.
It's still really rough, even in the scientific community. And I'm talking to a whole bunch of scientists now who are like stepping forward and feeling emboldened by the current a set of data that we have, like to investigate the physics here and really start digging in and pressing for more research and more funding. But even within that world, it's still kind of fringy, and even the sort of drier parts of ufology, like the SETI programs, are still considered fringy. But it's worth noting that everything in science is considered fringy until it's accepted. So like meteorites are a really good example. There are these great examples of like the New York Times running op-eds that say space flight will never be possible, and then we land on the moon. Or like in 1895, Lord Kelvin says, I have not one iota of hope that we'll ever fly without balloons. And then like 20 years later, we have airplanes. So
absolutely. I mean, and the truth is, what is accepted as normal often becomes wrong in the future. So just because people don't think there's UFOs doesn't mean there isn't, you know.
And actually, on that topic, you mentioned earlier that these items we're looking at look like something under a microscope. And I think other people smarter than me have proposed that germ theory is a really good analogy to what we're kind of going through with UFOs. Because for a long time, germs were like theorized, but they weren't really part of our scientific understanding. And people thought, you know, humors and vapors and ether explained all diseases. And then when we finally got the equipment to check these things out, we realized, oh yeah, this is like a pervasive phenomenon. It's been here forever. It's like an important part of reality, and we're just beginning to understand it. And, you know, we're still kind of young in our understanding of the microbial world. So I think UFOs might be on a similar trajectory. It sort of goes to Patricia's point about not even being sure that stars are stars. Like there might be tons of these things, and there maybe always have been, and we're just coming online to the fact that they're real.
Yeah, Brother Marcus likes your vocabulary, by the way, Caleb. He said he hasn't heard of the word anecdata for a while. So congratulations for your wonderful erudite vocabulary. So did Lacey say something there?
No, that was me. I was going to point out that this white one here, the two squares that I pointed out, was the red and the white orbs showing up out of nowhere as this one was traveling through. And I lightened up the film, and there was this red and white one. Remember, I was saying they seem to be kind of directing traffic of these things, but it went by too fast. So if you get a chance, you could look back, and that would be the example, a really good example of what I'm trying to express.
Interesting. Are you talking about this like little fuzzier thing here? Like this, there's like a slight, that one that kind of blips through. Well, maybe I lost you. Fascinating stuff.
I'm sorry. I forget to keep unmuting.
Oh, okay.
What I was saying is that I was filming the white fuzzy looking thing. I've only seen a few of those. And when I played the video back and slowed it down and brightened it up, then I saw the red and the white orbs were there all the time, but I didn't see those. I just saw the white thing. So that's where I get the theory that, and on other videos now, that they kind of seem to be directing traffic of some of the larger UAPs. But I find that the red and white orbs are totally different from the thing in the center, and they're in the sky pretty often. They just don't always show up. And when they do show up, it's been my experience that something larger is eventually shows up as well.
Interesting. I buy this idea that there are a lot of things up there that we can't see most of the time. And I spoke to some scientists named the Tedesco brothers, who maybe you guys have bumped into in other UFO areas, who've been doing a bunch of sensor research. And one of the things they said is when you track these objects with multiple sensors, you'll sometimes see them disappear from one spectrum of light and appear in a different spectrum of light. So it's like maybe they can manage their signature in such a way that you were mentioning earlier, they sometimes like vanish and reappear. Is that something you said?
Yeah, they don't fly, at least in my experience. They don't just zoom all over the place. They are pretty stationary because they're doing something else, and again, chat says that they may be collecting data from the atmosphere, but they don't zoom off. What they generally do is they disappear, or they seem to disappear. And again, whatever it was that told me to start lightening the films and doing different things with the video, I now begin to realize that quite often when they would disappear back into the ether, I would lighten it up and they would still be there, mostly some kind of outline where I could see it. But I now realize that more often than not, they don't disappear. They're not gone. They're still there doing whatever they're doing. They just may have noticed that I noticed them, and maybe don't want me to notice them.
Very strange. I mean,
yeah.
What's coming to my mind now is this, this observer effect that they talk about in, quantum mechanics and in physics. The effect of observation on matters can have an effect on outcomes, apparently. There is definitely something very strange about this, and it seems the intensity of it and how you just seeing it has this immense effect on you, Patricia. I just want to go back briefly, though, Caleb, to the messages that people have received, or that you've said they've received from their experiences. Are you aware?
Okay, sure.
From my rudimentary perusing through the subject, I did hear about telepathy being a thing that some people seem to get, like telepathic messages, right?
Really
but
thing,
you can go into it a bit, guys, and Patricia, Lacey, if you know anything about this subject, please feel free to interject at any time.
Okay, so one thing to say is that some people get what they call downloads, which is they suddenly receive a large amount of information, not in a like narrative sentence by sentence way, but as if like the whole chunk of information just appeared in their head. And that can include things from like suddenly understanding new kinds of physics to like knowing weird words they didn't know before. But my friend Bertie Jaworski, I'm going to share an episode with her. She's really cool, and she describes this as a thought bubble, like a collection of concepts will like enter your mind from interfacing with these beings. She's a multiple experiencer, and she's a very accomplished remote viewer. Oh, sorry for the ad break here. I will get rid of that soon. I don't have any personal experience with this, but I would recommend Diana Pasulka's book, American Cosmic, and the follow-up, which I don't remember the name of, both of which
the information they receive, is it relative to them as individuals, generally speaking, or is it like more broader in its reach?
I don't know. I think it may include both. I know for sure that some people have felt that they learned science from these encounters, like they got rocket schematics. But other people felt like they had, yeah, I agree with Patricia saying both. And I have heard people say that they learned things that they said, the being said, you know, this will be relevant for you later in your life.
Wow.
But I don't know a ton about this. I would recommend Bertie Jaworski as a person to check out. And I do have an interview with her.
Yeah. Guys, if you could come back after this live and comment below the video in an actual comment with links to whatever you want, that would be fantastic. And then people can link to your channel as well. You know, people can get to your channel easier. I've shared it in the live, but it would be great if you commented afterwards on the actual video. Last Minute Lacey, I'll bring you in because Last Minute Lacey said she actually had this experience that when she saw I'll call it a UFO. Do you want me to call it? By the way, guys, this is a very good question. What should you call them nowadays? Should you call them UFOs or UAPs, or does it matter?
I feel it depends on how you saw it and what it looked like. I mean, people have different words. What I would call mine was a craft of unknown origin.
Okay. Lacey, you had an experience where you felt like it downloaded data into your brain, right? Is that what you said in comments? Tell us about that.
Well, that happened in January 2015 after I saw the being of unknown origin in my room, which is also a video on my channel that I expressed. Within that, it first began in a lucid dream. And then when I woke up, I saw the being in my room, but there was a density shift in the room. And also I saw a thin energetic veil just for a moment that flashed like a mauvey pinkish purple, almost as if the electrons in the room switched over from one side to the other. And how I can explain the density change is that if you imagine one layer that's normal, like one slice of bread, then we had another slice of bread. So it was more dense, like how the Dead Sea has more salt. There was more there, like one layer on top of the other. But with the download, what occurred was after I had woken up in the morning after the event, I felt a lot of adrenaline and energy running through my body. And immediately I felt the need to get up and draw what I had seen, this being. When I was doing that, it was almost like a rush of energy. And what it felt like was as I was drawing the eyes and going around in circles, coloring his black eyes in, I felt like I had a huge file. And this is what initially attracted me to a Facebook group called Starseed Awakening, which was the beginning of my journey. Because it felt like a download. And what happened was it almost went into like little zip files. There was so much that I can't tell you, like, it was more so just the feeling of almost something being uploaded into you, or like, you know, like something, I don't know, or maybe awakening, maybe it was already there. It's difficult to explain, but it went into little zip files. And over the years, it was like those little files opened up and I would like remember things or be like, oh yeah, I know about this, or like something like that. It was very bizarre.
Wow.
But Lacey, that didn't actually happen did that happen when you saw the craft? That's what I was talking about. Did it actually happen at that moment as well? Because I was talking, like, I believe what you're saying, as in that happened to you. You're telling me that happened to you. But how do I know that's related to when you saw the UFO? Did the same thing happen?
No, but this is the thing. So at the point when I saw the craft, I was at the point where I didn't know if they were actually real or not. I had the experience in 2015 when I had that download, but I don't think it matters because it's about the spiritual beings that are on the craft. It doesn't have to do with the craft itself. It has to do with these beings. And I believe that in the beginning, I had to have that happen to me in this spiritual realm and these other dimensions of our existence, what I like to call the fourth dimension. And then a couple years later, when I saw the craft, I stopped doubting what had happened to me for sure in 2015. So it doesn't always happen when you see a UFO. But it does
Okay.
happen when you have these, because it's in the same realm of experiences. Now, when I first started speaking about this, we have a whole bunch of different things we're dealing with. It's not
Okay.
just the spiritual dimensional craft, but we also have government experimental craft. I totally believe that, like, say, the Phoenix Lights was definitely ours and a psychological operation to see how we would react and to gain humanity's like reaction to something on that scale. Okay.
Right.
So that's why we're just dealing with such a range of things. That's
Yeah,
why.
there is a range of things. Yeah.
Yeah.
Patricia said she had an experience as well, but it's less intense than Lacey's, right? More of a light bulb experience, like a little something
Yeah,
went off
it's
in your mind.
more like, for instance, with the brightening up of the videos, just suddenly having this idea to do that, and then these other entities becoming visible. So my experiences have been like that. I've only had one experience outside of this whole thing with something that I later have been learned is maybe called a cosmic master. In that, and if you watch, I'm sorry, the tip of this on the left, you see it opening and closing. It'll close and form 3 prongs, and then it'll close and make one very tight prong on the end there. But I'm sorry about that. And this is in the process of me just asking and asking, and I stopped asking humans and started asking the universe why I was seeing these things. What could this be? And one morning I had a similar experience to Lacey's, where I was asleep, lucid dreaming. I sat up on the side of the bed, couldn't wake up, couldn't not get off, and I've not ever had that before. And
Say that again, please. Sorry. Say that again, Patricia. Sorry.
I was asleep
Yeah.
after asking the universe, why am I seeing these things? Not that same night, but over the course of maybe 2 or 3 weeks, intentionally asking. And this particular morning, I woke up and I felt myself set up on the side of the bed, could not get up off of the bed, and I did not wake up. And outside of my head, this voice, and it wasn't like a voice in the room.
Like
it
a
was
sleep
more
paralysis kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. And it simply said we make ourselves known beforehand. What the hell it meant by that, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, you it's funny, Patricia, because you actually beat me to a question I was going to ask, and that was, have either you or Lacey, I know Lacey has, but have you can explain a little bit more, Lacey, perhaps in a moment. Have you found that your dreams have changed since these experiences? Have you found that you've been kind of aware, that you get that feeling that someone's watching you? Do you feel watched? I mean, since you've had these experiences, have you had any kind of strange feelings, like in general, since these experiences of seeing these craft in your life? Do you feel in any way tapered to something or watched?
I don't feel watched. I think I've always felt watched, even as a child, but I don't feel no. To answer that, no. What I find is, for instance, I'm working on a group of these videos, grouping them on the dates and times in a better way. And when I'm intensely looking at them and reviewing them, often I will feel a need to get up to the window and look out the window and maybe see 1 or 2 of them. So that's the only thing. I kind of get the feeling that, and that my intention now seems to vibrationally kind of connect with them, I guess. And that's what I'm being told, I'll tell you the truth. And it seems to be true. So I'm kind of taking this now a day at a time, as opposed to all of the kind of UFO scientific-y stuff I was trying to jump in to try to understand it, and more or less trying to let these experiences happen, and trying to push down my fears about them, about, because it sounds like, oh, I have this ability to do this, and I'm not there yet. If that's what this is, I don't necessarily want to invite any of these things into my house just yet. I mean, I've had an orb or two in the house, but some of the other entities like this one, I'm not necessarily sure I want that in my house just yet, because I don't really know what it is. But I do
Yeah, I can't blame
find,
you.
yeah, that if I'm looking at this one, for instance, if you see it flipped over in the middle with those three things, well, what I've come to realize is that I've seen several different variations of that and did not realize it was the same entity.
Patricia, can I ask you a question, darling? And
Yeah.
I hope you don't mind me asking it.
No, go ahead.
I noticed on your channel you said something about black people seeing UFOs, right?
Oh, that's the first one. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, would you care to tell me what that's about? Do you have some kind of belief about?
No, it was just always a joke that
Oh,
black
right,
people
okay, it was
didn't
a joke.
see UFOs, right? So when I
Oh,
started
okay.
seeing
Is
them,
that a kind of I don't know? Is that a
yeah,
stereotype in America that black people don't see them to white people?
it wasn't
It's
a
a crazy
stereo.
white people thing, is it?
No, it wasn't a stereotype from white people. Black
All right.
comedians started to kind of say that, and it just
Yeah,
turns
yes,
out,
I get it. It was like a
yeah,
black comedians were saying white
yeah,
people are
yeah,
crazy seeing UFOs all the time. Yeah, I
right,
get it. I get it. Okay. Oh,
yeah.
okay, I got it.
And,
That's kind of
and so,
funny. Yeah, I got it.
yeah, most people didn't get that. So eventually, I would
So now,
end up
so now
explaining it all the time.
you're breaking you're breaking into new territory, showing them that you know, black folks see them too. Yeah,
Something
lovely.
is going on.
Something is going on. So, guys, anybody else got something to butt in with now? Please do.
Yeah, I'd love to just say thank you for holding this space here, and kind of riff a little tiny bit on just how hard it is to navigate this arena. And I want to congratulate and thank Lacey and Patricia, especially for coming forward and sharing the adventurous, courageous experiences that you're having, because it's a wild world. And I think everyone's in this, has said this before, but there's like a wide spectrum of where people are in terms of processing this information, and there's a lot that we still don't know. So I just wanted to say to DNW, thank you for holding the space, and to Lacey and Patricia, thank you for being courageous and open, and to anybody who's listening, I would just recommend staying open, staying clear and careful as you think your way through. Don't shut ideas off before you have really good reason to think that they're not true. Don't necessarily believe everything that you hear, but keep an open mind and keep an open heart. And I think it's really important that we all try to hold space and be kind to each other, because collectively, like as a species, we're going through something pretty weird here, and it's a really exciting moment in which we're learning a lot more about the nature of reality and our place in it. But we have to hold a little grace for each other while we do that, because it's going to be tumultuous too. So thank you so much for everybody sharing, and it's been great to talk with you guys.
Caleb, it's been fantastic having you here, and I really appreciate it. And I hope that people do go to your channel and take time to watch your interviews, because it looks like, and I definitely will as well, it looks like you do a lot of work there, and very professionally done, by the way.
Thank you. WTUFO. You can find it on
great
all the
quality work.
podcasts.
I'm sure your channel is going to do very well, and I wish you all the best with it. And maybe you guys can collab, all you UFOers, And
I would love to do that. I will reach out to Lacey and Patricia if you guys are open to it. I would love to say hi and continue our conversation.
And hopefully you can come back here again at some point and tell us any findings you have. Caleb, one day, if not today, you might not have time to go into it. But what you just said there, I'm agnostic on pretty much everything now. I've been completely humbled in life to the degree where I know nothing. I don't know what the hell's going on. And I kind of think that's a good place to be, but it's kind of scary at the same time. Do you have any views on what this reality is? You don't have to go into it too deeply. If it's too deep a question, maybe you can come back and tell us another time.
Sure. I think it's likely to be weirder than we can possibly imagine. That's the kind of the top line. My personal instinct is that there's likely some kind of extraterrestrial component. But as I said earlier, I think it's pretty intuitive to imagine that if there are spiritual realms, the more advanced species than us would be more comfortable in those realms and maybe more native there too. So my personal journey on this has been moving gradually from thinking it's just an extraterrestrial phenomenon to thinking it's probably that, and it represents an expansion of our understanding of reality. Is that enough of an answer without getting too weedsy?
No, it's a very comprehensive answer. Obviously, it'll be great to hear you go into more detail on that at some point. But thank you so much, Caleb. Do you have to go, brother? Is that what you're trying to say?
I actually do need to go cook
Yeah.
dinner for my family, so I've got
Oh,
to
that's
jump off.
fine. That's fine. Well,
But
thank you, and I hope that you all enjoy your dinner. And thank you so much. We hope to see you again. And guys, please subscribe to Caleb's channel. I will share it again in the chat. I've done it already, but yeah, Caleb, if you come back and comment under the video as well, that would be good. But Caleb, take care, brother, and please come back again.
will do. Thank you so much. Great to meet you all.
Take care, brother. Okay, ladies, just us now. So, anything else to add at this juncture, Patricia?
No, not on this end. I enjoyed this. It's always nice to get some of this off of my chest because, as you can imagine, it does get bottled up.
Yeah, and can I ask, Patricia, in your own life, what do your kind of the real people around you think of it all?
Well, I guess the bottom line is seeing is believing. I at some point, especially when I saw the red orbs originally, and again, I didn't video them, and I remember trying to just explain or describe that to people, and people not being able to get it, and I understand that. So my son I have the videos, and they're not fuzzy balls. When you look at some of the stuff, it's so crystal clear, that it boggles the mind that's in the sky hanging around, and most people don't see it or know it. So at this point, most of the people that I talk to about it that in my family just have not had the experience. And I actually understand now. I think when I put out the first videos and I put them out, I put out everything that I saw, and I realized now that that's probably was very overwhelming for people that have.
I think your videography is fantastic, Patricia. I'm surprised it hasn't been used on, mainstream media.
Well, I think that the bigger up, the higher ups, I don't think I'm the only person that's seen this. I think other maybe government people have seen it and probably wonder how the hell I saw it,
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Patricia, one question I had for you though,
mm,
while I
mhm,
remember it, is you've seen a lot of this. When did you see it
mhm.
last?
Last night,
Last night. And what did you see last night?
just mostly lately the orbs. The orbs are the most common thing. The thing that it's interesting. I look at what they're telling us is Venus, and maybe at some point it is Venus, but I'm fully aware that these entities mimic what we call stars and other things all the time. And when you're videoing them and you stay with it, eventually, if they are mimicking something, they have to come out. It seems that they cannot hold that camouflage for 15, 20 minutes. I think the longest video I have is probably 17 minutes, where I watched something transform through almost 30 stages before it ended up in the final stage. And so it's been a very strange experience. It's ongoing, and I've seen a couple of things last year that these kind of spherical things that just showed up. I was filming a cloud and they floated by, and one of them literally dropped something into the atmosphere, and I have that on video, so I've stopped trying to, and I'm not saying that mankind just, but I understand how it is that say how you think the way you think. If you haven't had the experience, why would you understand this?
Right.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
that's not a
Patricia,
put
I've
down.
had some strange experiences in life. I've spoken
Yeah,
about them on this channel. I've had kind of poltergeistal experiences and very strange synchronicities and stuff like that. But
yeah,
as I say, I am open to the possibility that it was my brain playing tricks on me. Okay.
yeah.
But I'm also agnostic. I don't know what is going on. I'm a bit like you, Patricia, on that front, because I had these strange experiences. It
Mhm,
does leave me like gasping for, the need to know what the hell happened, and I appreciate that, Patricia. I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way. I want you to know that. I
mhm,
believe you've had these experiences, and I fully support your mission to find out what the hell is going on, I mean, one thing I will say is I've heard people saying, oh, there's UFOs up in the sky, and I've watched their videos, so they haven't been as good as yours, because when I've looked at the videos, they've been satellites. Have you seen those videos that people put up sometimes? They say, oh, look at that, it's flashing. It's a white light, stationary
mhm.
white light that's flashing sometimes. It's flickering. But then when you look at it, you think, yeah, it's probably a satellite,
Well,
in the
yeah,
sky.
you can't use your phone. I mean,
Right.
you're likely to zoom in on an actual airplane and get that red light, but then different things. It's just, I don't know. I don't know why this happened to me. I don't know what it means. I just know that there are many different things. I mean, the arcane teaching or formula seems to imply that it actually may be an end of life visit. These entities showing up, because I'm 73. Trevor Constable was in his 60s or 70s, and Dorothy Izot was in her 60s or 70s when they started to show up. So they could be anything from guides to anything. It's just no
Darling,
telling.
thankfully, you've been having these for quite some time now, and you're still with us, thankfully, for us, I mean, if you hadn't, we wouldn't have had this lovely conversation. And,
This
it's
is,
really a pleasure having Patricia. I hope you come on this channel regularly. Please do. You're most welcome.
well, I
And
appreciate it. Thank you.
Patricia, I think Lacey wants to share something now about
Okay.
there's some UFO sightings in Turkey or something. So, Lacey, let me know when you want me to share the screen. And by the way, while Lacey's looking at that, I want to say thanks to Brother Marcus, who was very kind and donated to the channel. It does help keep us going, because I do pay for things like the StreamYard and such to keep us going. But so thank you, Brother Marcus. And he says he had a really bad morning today. Sorry to hear that, Brother Marcus. But he said, thank you for the edutainment, mental distraction, and interesting subject matter, D&W. And kudos to everybody on the panel, as well, for sharing your experiences and information. So thanks, everybody. Wonderful. So, yeah, Lacey, you're muted, darling. Are you ready for us to share this information?
Yeah, I just wanted to first say that a while ago when I was reading one of my books, in The Secret Teachings of All Ages by Manly P. Hall, there's a chapter called The Elements and Their Inhabitants, and it starts on page 279. Now, I'm not going to go into the whole chapter, but I will tell you that there was something about the beings that were fire beings called the salamanders. Now, there are, of course, like earth, air, fire, and water. There are the salamanders, which are fire. We have the gnomes, which are earth. Then we have the undines, which are water, and the sylphs are air. But listen to this part that it says about the salamanders. Salamanders have been seen, and what's a salamander but like a reptilian or a lizard-like extraterrestrial, right? Oh, salamanders have been seen in the shapes of fiery balls. Sorry, I lost my place. Salamanders have been seen in the shapes of fiery balls or tongues of fire, running over fields or peering into houses. There are many families of them, differing in appearance, size, and dignity. Sometimes the salamanders were visible as small balls of light. So I thought you would find that interesting, and I always suggest that people look into The Secret Teachings of All Ages by Manly P. Hall, because I found a lot of connections between the extraterrestrial UFO situation in these books, and also with Helena Blavatsky's work of theosophy. Now we'll go over here to, I believe, is this, can you see my screen properly now?
Yes, we can. Fantastic. You've just made it big. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to give a shout out to the YouTube channel? Because they're probably going to do us for a copyright strike. I mean, that's
it's
happened
actually
to me
the Turkey UFO channel. I was going to mute it. See the Turkey UFO incident?
Okay.
Here.
Yeah. I mean, if it's in Turkish, you might as well mute it and just talk us through it.
Well, I don't think there's much talking anyway. I could try to put on some captions here, but I was going to keep it muted.
Okay. If you could stop it now and again, as much as possible now and again, just so that they
of course
know that we were reviewing it. Yeah. Cheers. Thank you. Go ahead, darling.
Okay. So I'm just going to speed it up a little bit too. Whoop. Okay, that's still good. Okay, so where this is just a fella on the beach that starts recording these UFOs one night. It's not going to be good captions. But he gets a lot of different videos. This is one of the ones that was sent in, I believe, to MUFON. There's this one here. And all it is this is over the ocean. I'm going to pause this one here. And we're going to switch over to this here. This is where you can see he's in the night and he starts filming. He's on the beach. See, there's the moon. And there it is. This craft at about 2:30. Now, what we're going to do with this one is we're going to slow it down. And as you can see, as it's paused, you can see two little heads.
Still, yeah.
Two little heads.
Yeah, with like a trailer light either side of them.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. So there's two little people in there. So keep your eyes on them.
So this is up in the sky above a beach somewhere in Turkey, right?
Yeah, and if you hear the audio, the guy's just losing his mind. Like, well, I mean, like, not really badly, but you can tell.
Do you want to play the audio? Why not?
Sure. Okay, we'll put it on.
Are we on the... There's no movement on the video that we're seeing. You know that, Lacey?
Oh.
I don't know whether you're watching a different tab.
Do I do this?
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one, yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Here we
go.
Just wait a second. He's at the moon. Here.
Okay. I'm looking now. Oh, wow. What the hell is that?
Okay, so like I was saying,
that looks like one craft to me. That looks like a saucer, basically.
Yeah, it is. So it's probably in the traditional shape of a saucer, maybe looking like a triangle. But if you look right here, this is what I thought I did. I've never done this before. So if you look right here, there's these two little heads. I want you to keep your eyes on those the most, because you can see the beings moving inside the craft. It's a bit shaky. Hold on.
I can see something standing there, all right? Yeah.
Yeah, you see him? Okay, we're just going to skip ahead.
Now it's very close to the camera. No, it's far away. Okay, it's back away again. Yeah.
He zooms and goes in multiple times. He's showing the size of the moon there.
I mean, I've got to put my skeptic's hat on and say he's not holding a UFO toy with a fishing string, from a ladder or something.
No,
But,
look at that.
yeah,
Look at the two heads.
very strange.
So I was trying to find the
Yeah,
best
buldum.
footage. Here, look.
Yine buldum. Yine buldum.
Huh. Did you ever see if
needed
there's any in this guy?
Well, I put a bunch of links in the chat.
Vallahi
Thank
gidiyor ara ara. Aa, yok oldu. Yok. Vallahi yok oldu bak. Vallahi çok
Changed color there.
Yeah, that orange red color.
tekne olmasa imkan yok. Gel. Orada var. Peki bu ne abi? Yaklaştır yine.
So he films from multiple locations, but a lot of them he
Yeah.
catches over the ocean.
Yeah. Can you just go back a few
Sinirlenme.
frames there? Because I want to see, before we saw that kind of railing or whatever it was, there was just, about there. You can press play, darling. Yeah.
Vallahi gidiyor ara ara. Aa, yok oldu. Yok. Vallahi yok oldu bak. Vallahi çok güzel.
Okay. I mean, there seems to be lights to the left
Tekne olmasa
momentarily
imkan
as
yok.
well. But I was just wondering, was it a bay area and he was looking across at other land on the other side of the harbor or something?
Orada
But
var.
but
Peki
no,
bu ne
look, I
abi?
don't know. Look, see the lights on the left? It looks like a kind of inlet, but I don't know.
I think he might be on a boat.
Yeah, that orange light doesn't look very high up. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't look very high up there.
Well, the other one's not that high up off the ocean either. It's almost just like floating above the ocean.
Yeah.
Bunun üstünde lan bu.
Strange. Yeah, strange. So that orange light, I don't know what that was. The first bit he showed where it looked like a saucer, that was strange. That looked well above the sea level there. Yeah. So guys who are watching, look out at the night sky tonight and see if you see anything. Let us know. So go ahead, Lacey.
I forget what I was going to say.
That's okay. Patricia, have you got anything to add, darling, at this stage?
No, this has been interesting, and again, I appreciate it so much. I do. I feel better every time I have these kind of conversations, and I hope I don't come off aggressive. I'm very full, but I appreciate it. I enjoyed the conversation.
UF Dog says, how do you know they're heads? I think she just meant they look like heads, right, Lacey?
Well, I mean, they definitely here. I'm going to take you back again. I'm just going through his footage here because these are all of his sightings from 2007 to 2009. So how do I do that? Okay, so stop sharing. Hold on. I don't know how to do this properly. Where was the other one I had? This one here. Hold on.
If anybody else wants to join, please do. The link is in chat. It's at the top of the chat pinned.
Okay, then back to the 2007 one. This one. Okay.
It's on screen now.
I would like to ask you, DNW, are you agnostic, or Finding Gnosis, I thought in your title of your show, I thought you were a Gnostic, but no, you said you're an agnostic.
Well, when I say agnostic, I mean I'm agnostic about UFOs. You know, I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on. I don't have enough evidence to say one way or the other, Patricia, that there's like extraterrestrials or, you know, it seems to me, from my experience, right? As I said, I haven't done any research into it up to now, up to tonight. Yeah, I have been somebody who has been 100% skeptical, and I've been of the view that we are alone, and that if there is life out there, or if there is something else out there, it's very, 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 very far away, and we wouldn't be able to communicate with it. It wouldn't be able to get here. It's that far away. You know what I mean?
You
but-
think we're alone, as in there's no God and nothing else, just man just kind of popped here and.
No, I would say I'm agnostic on that front, but
Okay.
I will say, Patricia, when I think about it, it scares me because when I think about it, it doesn't sound good. Do you understand? it doesn't, like when I look, because I was raised a Catholic, okay?
Okay.
And, I mean, when you're raised a Catholic, you're kind of taught not to question anything because you listen to the priest and that's it, you know. But I didn't really do much Bible study or nothing like that, you know what I mean? But we said our fathers and our Hail Marys and all that. I was an altar boy, believe it or not. But anyway, so when I think about the concept of God, it scares me because when I was about 18, I think when I was at 19, I had the idea in my head one day in my room, what if God is evil, right? And that to me made more sense than benevolent God, okay? Because when you see how much suffering there is under the sun throughout history and in the present day, and the fact that we're in an entropic universe, I mean, it's just so fucking terrible. There's so much suffering going on, you know? And I was like, well, what type of psychopath would create this if they had ultimate power, you know? Why would they do that?
Why would they do it? Yeah.
Yeah. So for me, it sounded like, oh, you know, maybe God's evil. And that really terrified me, that thought, you know, because, and now, if I'm honest, I've had that thought. I can't prove I'm right now, but there are different ways you can evolve with that thought. You can evolve to the idea that, you know, there is a God above the creator of this realm. So you could have like the kind of Gnostic view that the creator of this realm is like the lowest manifestation of the true God. Okay. And that, you know, ultimately this realm is about kind of rejecting it, ultimately rejecting the material side of it and embracing spiritual escape and transcendence to the true God. But then sometimes, if I'm honest, Patricia, I question that narrative as well, because if this true God is so good, this in the upper echelons of God's being, if the upper echelons of God's being are so good, then why isn't it doing anything about what is happening here? Now, the other side, another route I find interesting is there's also there is a history on this planet of God hating individuals, people who hate God, and like there were even religious sects apparently who kind of prayed in a way to get strength from, I don't know, the physical reality to meet God and kill God. I know that sounds crazy, but there were these Vikings who went around, and obviously the Vikings were pretty much mad bastards anyway, but some of these Vikings were basically wanted to go to Valhalla and kill God because there's so much suffering here, you know what I mean? And there are people who, I don't know what the word is, it misodeus or something. There's a word for it when like hatred of God. So that's another way you could go. But personally, I like to stay in the agnostic zone because I like to say, look, it doesn't look good, guys. It doesn't look good here. It doesn't look good. But I'd like to hold back a little bit and say, I'm not willing to say we should kill God because I don't even know if there is one. Okay. But I'm also not willing to genuflect at something that could be evil. So I'm gonna say I'm agnostic. Okay. I don't even know about the continuity of the soul. It doesn't really make sense to me. It does seem that we're really tethered to our biology, etc., etc. But it is a massive conversation, Patricia, and I'd be very grateful to have that with you.
It is a mess. Well, I just will tell you that I guess in the last year or so, I have kind of come to that conclusion too, that there's no way that the creator could be all good unless there is an opposite thing to him that is all evil, and they're equally powerful. Then that is a very scary place to be. So it's summarized for me that then, okay, God is not all good. God, if there's one source, then every evil thought, everything we think, from the very worst thing we do to the very best thing we do, has to come from that source. And so, yeah, you do get to a place where you say, well, why would that thing think of rape or raping a baby or raping? Why would any of that even have to exist?
Right.
Right. Where would that kind of thinking come from? Why would that exist for us? But then,
Exactly.
so you put that on the side there, and then you have to come to terms with the fact that, okay, that aside, at least this is where I am. I do exist. I am here. There's no denying that some level of me exists. And the different things that have happened in my life and how I've dealt with them. So I've just come to these terms, and that is that there is an entity, there is a source from which everything is coming, and I have to learn to accept what's emanating from it, primarily because I do exist. And so then the next step for me now is that, okay, all of these things come from there. I do exist. What do I have? Well, I have the choice to choose. So it didn't necessarily maybe create all these things as a horrible way to have our life exist, but maybe we have these choices.
Maybe.
And we
You see, Patricia, I'm somebody who struggles with the concept of free will as well. Because I'll be honest with you, I that's one thing I can't quite see. But I'm open to being proven wrong. But to me, this universe looks like a place where there's dominoes falling, causing things to happen everywhere around me, and I'm no different. All my thoughts and feelings are caused by biology, psychology, and circumstances. And you might say, I can choose what to do with that, but from my experience, I've made a lot of mistakes in life. Sometimes I've got lucky and done the right thing, but I have to admit, I seem to have just been going on autopilot until I hit a bump, and then when I hit a bump, I just do what ultimately feels right, and I might weigh it up a bit, but that weighing it up is all dependent on what information I have, my mood at the time, and the circumstances I'm facing. So sometimes I feel, darling, we're just in this kind of existential kind of prison, and it's just a weird experience that we're just having. And my hope is, if there is a hope, is that we get some kind of liberation from it somehow or other.
Well, I agree, and I don't necessarily think of it anymore as free will, because obviously if something created us and we're just these little things running around as an extension of that thing, then how much free will do you actually have? You only have the free will within this container, which again makes sense, because if I was the creator of all things, I wouldn't create anything that was more powerful than myself that could do anything it wanted to outside of that container of whatever we call free will. But it gets more interesting. It's just, it's an interesting thing to me as I get older.
I will say one other thing I've been speculating on in the last, I don't know, a couple of years or so, is that if there is a God, and if it is some kind of Spinozan God where everything, because if there is a God, then everything is God, because God created it with its thoughts, and everything comes from God. So everything is of God. Everything is ultimately kind of like, God. And if that is true, then it would obviously, it is kind of like what the Greeks said. Our characteristics are kind of mirrors of God, you know, of
Yeah.
their gods had human-like qualities, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Passions and personalities. So maybe, just maybe, this God is kind of having an existential crisis as well, trying to work out what the hell is going on. And
Without a doubt, where would it come from?
we're all part of its kind of
Yeah.
schizoid kind of breakdown, as it's trying to, it's like it's basically having some kind of psychotic breakdown, wondering what the hell is going on. And sometimes I think that us as little nodes of it,
Mhm.
we're meant to be sending compassion back to it, trying to heal it. Say, look, stop being such a mental case, you know, and
The
start
Nag Hammadi kind of
chilling out a
says
bit.
that. It says, you know, in the Nag Hammadi, this thing that's called God or this source kind of warns. It says, don't think bad thoughts because I become your desire. You know, so it kind of
Oh,
seems to me that somebody with ill intentions got a hold to a lot of knowledge, and they've learned over the years to misfeed this knowledge into us, and so that leads to our confusion. And so I think I'm beginning to believe that at some point this does have to implode. It does have to cease to exist and start all over again. And maybe somewhere there's a place where the souls or whatever we are that have the best intentions move on to another level. And so in that sense, it's never ending. But and then the other souls have to kind of keep repeating, or either cease to exist because they just can't move beyond their materialistic entrapments. I mean, it's a
right.
lot to take in, that's for sure. I didn't mean to cut
It's a
you
hell
off,
of a
but
lot.
interesting
No,
that
it's fine.
I
I
don't
love
have
talking
many
about
people to talk about this with.
Listen, Patricia, you're in the right place, because this is kind of all we talk about here. We come on this channel and we just shoot the breeze, like trying to talk about what the hell might be going on, because we all think it's really, really weird. And I honestly think that the news every day should be, the number one headline should be, this place is fucking bizarre. What the fuck is going on? You know, that should be like constantly beamed into the masses
Yes,
fucking, you know,
yes.
news feeds. But we never hear that narrative. No one ever is told to question like reality or think about it, because I suppose I say that in jest, because I know it's actually terrifying actually when you do think about it. You go down so many rabbit holes in your mind, it becomes like, what, you know, it becomes discombobulating, it becomes unnerving to some degree, you know.
Yeah, you just
Last minute, Lacey, is there something you want to add here, darling, because you've been looking up videos here?
No,
You're
I
mute.
agree. I agree with the Gnosticism, and I agree with a lot of what Patricia says. And I was just enjoying the conversation, showing my little turkey UFO videos.
Yeah. Well, guys, we're coming up. Does anybody want to come on? We've got Chickpea, Brother Marcus. Anybody there in the chat want to come on? Yerf Dogs, Scott Sutton, anybody, or you're welcome. The link is in chat. You can come on, because I will probably shut this down in another little while. But unless there's anything you want to add, ladies, is there any like standout UFO sightings you think we should be talking about or anything? Let me know.
No, I just think, you know, get a decent camera, look in the sky, look for anything that looks like it shouldn't be there. They generally start out as a solid, tiny white ball, and it's not doing anything, or there's a thin line. If you're not afraid, look for those things, and
Do you know what? You've really inspired me, Patricia. As I walk my dog, as my dog takes its nighttime pee against a tree, I'm going to make sure I start looking up at the night sky, and I'm going to do it thinking of you and Lacey. So there you go, ladies. Brother Marcus says, should that people come on just so I can end the show? Look, Brother Marcus, obviously, if you grace us with your presence here, I will extend the show. But what I mean by that is we usually have a little wind down here, Patricia, at the end, you know, where we just have people come on and, you know, shoot the breeze and talk about things a little bit loosely, and whatever comes up, comes up. So yeah, if anybody wants to come on, please do. What else is there?
To everybody in the comments that say thank you as well, and I'm glad to be here. And I have seen a triangular UFO. I'm scared if I connect to YouTube that I'll disconnect. Will that happen
Okay.
if I connect to the comments? Will I disconnect?
I'll be honest with you, Patricia. If you open another tab, you might be able to do it, but you don't have to do it if you don't want to. Are you going to present something? Are you?
No. I was just looking at the comments and it just is telling me, because I never used StreamYard before. And I remember when I first came on, I had both screens open and you couldn't hear me. And so I'm wondering, and it's telling me to connect to you to join in the comments, but I'm afraid I would lose.
Don't worry, darling.
Okay.
I tell you what, Patricia. Next time you come on, if you come on a bit earlier, I'll talk you through it maybe.
Okay.
Tonight, just stay where you are. We don't want you going anywhere because you're one of the VIPs here. So please stay here. Chickpea the Torty, come on here, love, and tell us about what you saw in London. She said this lady saw a UFO in London in the early 1990s.
Okay.
So hopefully she'll come on. Chickpea, come on and tell us about that. And Lacey, do you want to still share that, or do you want me to get rid of that now?
It's totally up to you. I can still
I quite
keep
like it.
little clips if you want.
Yeah, I quite like it. I mean, it will probably be worth the copyright strike, you know. But okay, Chickpea, are you coming on here? Because we're waiting for you. Guys, I hope you like the chat or like the stream for the algorithm. Helps. Oh, we have Chickpea in the house. Hallelujah. We have Chickpea. It's a real ladies' night tonight, you know. Crikey. Chickpea, welcome.
Hello.
Chickpea, what have you been? I'm going to get rid of that now, Lacey. Sorry, darling.
Let me do it.
What?
Hello. Hold on, let me just do.
Oh, she's gone. Chickpea will be back in a moment. I didn't kick her off. As I say, maybe the aliens abducted her, but it wasn't me that kicked her off. She'll come back, I'm sure. This happens sometimes on this show, Patricia. People disappear, but they come right back.
It's the aliens.
It's either the aliens or a rapture, you know. But you know, the truth is, if it was rapture, I'm sure you'd be gone as well, because you're one of the good people, clearly. Divine Hazel has been very negative. I've already said, darling, I won't close if people join. I'll keep it open, Divine Hazel. So if you want to come on here, I will keep it going for half an hour, okay, at least, maybe more. No problem. There you go. So, Patricia, whilst you're waiting for Chickpea, is there anything else you'd probably like us to do a deep dive into on this channel, perhaps? Or Lacey, any ideas? Gratefully received. Thank you.
I just not really that the top of my head, but if something does.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Patricia.
That's okay.
Not really off the top of your head, but if you think of anything, Patricia, please let us know. Yeah. We
will.
have the lovely Chickpea. She's a regular here, Patricia. I'm sure you'll become acquainted with her, maybe friends. She's quite a chirpy person, so she'll be she's good.
I'm not a miserable old bag, actually, but
but she's nice behind it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
one of these. You know what I mean? So Chickpea, I'm going to mute myself. You'll be delighted. I'm going to mute myself. And I'm going to let the estrogen take over, and you girls.
Estrogen.
Oh, that's true. Sorry. Well, okay. I'm going to let the XX chromosomes take over, and I'm going to let you girls tell us about your UFO experience, Chickpea, and you can have a little interaction. I'm just going to get a drink, guys. I'll be right back. But I am listening.
Yeah, back in the early 90s, I was walking home one morning, early, about 5 o'clock in the morning. It was dawn. And was a huge triangle just in the sky, a sort of copper-colored triangle, huge. And it was just there in the sky. Really weird. And it was there until I got home, and then I went to bed. You heard that one before?
Well, I've seen a couple of triangles, but they've been red. And my take on the ones that I saw is that it seems like the red orbs tend to form those triangles. So there's not literally a triangle entity.
No, this was a real triangle.
It was a triangle.
Yeah, it was a
Yeah,
definite triangle.
I've seen a triangle shape, but I take that back. I have seen a UAP shape shift into an actual kind of a gray bluish triangle. So they take on so many different shapes and forms that doesn't surprise me. Nothing surprises me anymore since 2017. I don't doubt anybody's experience. So yeah, I've definitely seen triangles.
I'll tell you a weird story as well. Back in 1968, 69, I was living on an American Air Force base in Bahrain. And one night, me and a friend were lurking around the base because we were army brats. But the American military already had hologram technology back in 1968 because we saw holograms of military vehicles appearing, disappearing. They're watching it. Yeah. It was
I don't doubt that either. There is a theory that or conspiracy theory that there is an intention of doing just that, exposing us to holograms to then say that the United States, or I guess the world government, is going to save us from these aliens, and then that's going to be the excuse to move us into the one world government. That's one of the conspiracies. So I don't doubt that at all. I don't doubt that we have a lot of technology that has just not been shared.
Yeah, because that was in 1968. I'll never forget it. And we were standing watching it, and it was on American Do Fair, it was called. It's American base. And these military vehicles were just disappearing. It was the weirdest thing ever. I never told my parents or anything because they would have gone mad, but I can remember it quite clearly. I was a little girl. And
How old were you?
I would have been 14, 15.
Okay.
Yeah. And also back in the 1970s, mobile phones already existed in the military as well.
What was that now?
Back in the 70s, early 70s, mobile phones existed in the military.
Yeah. Well, don't you find it interesting? I remember watching, say, 007, a movie at early years and years. I guess Sean Connery might have been in, and all the things that he had, the mobile phone, the TV that came up out of the floor, all of that stuff that we used to think was just make believe. All of that turned out to be real.
Yeah, the military, but the mobile phones existed because I was in the Wrens for a few years and I was based in Scotland, and I could talk to minesweepers on the other side of the planet, just like that. So there must
except for the flying skateboards from Back to the Future. I'm still waiting on those.
Well, isn't the hoverboard kind of like that?
Yeah, but it doesn't really. Come on, it doesn't really do what was done in the show.
Well, did you see the flying car?
Flying car? Yeah, I have seen flying cars. I'm not sure which one you're on about, but there's a few of them now, isn't there?
Yeah, they've actually got one. It doesn't go very far, but they actually have one. So I guess I have come to realize that quite a lot of what is showing up in movies, technology, turns out to be absolutely true. It's just they've given it. They give it to us in bits and pieces, and I think that's part of what leads us to this place in our lives where we don't believe anything that's miraculous. It's a funny thing to me how you can be a human being, live, breathe, walk, see, talk, and not believe in the miraculous, regardless whether there's a God or not.
Yeah, existence itself is kind of miraculous.
The
isn't
whole
it? Yeah.
thing. I had cataracts 2 years ago, and my left eye went out completely, and they removed the cataracts. But my point is, I couldn't see out of my left eye with this cataract. And when they went in, pulled the cataracts out, I could see. And I had an out of body experience in '94.
Wow.
Where I
I
realized,
had one of those.
yeah, where I realized that I could see out of my body, I could see, but I couldn't hear. And so, everything about us is miraculous, is magical. So why is it so hard for us? What has transpired in our thinking, what that has made us think that other miraculous things don't exist? How do we get there? Because then we get to that place where we don't think anything about how miraculous we are. All these things that are going on, it's a hell of a thing to see. And if you don't see, then you don't understand how big a deal it is until you can't see.
Yeah, and Patricia Lacey says you don't hear in the spirit body form. It's true, you hear telepathically. Is that something you
Well, the thing is, I had this experience, and once it was not brought on a pleasant way. It was in a negative way, but nonetheless, I was out of my body, and I could see what was going on. I couldn't hear anything, but I'm sure the person that I had started out having an argument with, she was probably terrified, so she wasn't making a sound. So there was no telepathy going on at that point.
But says he's too skeptical for this conversation, even more than usual.
Well, I've had an out. Oh, sorry.
My mum had an out-of-body experience. I believe out-of-body experiences occur. I don't know how they occur, but
I've had one,
thing. They're very strange. People can see themselves in the bed.
On the bed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I've done a lot of research into them, and there have been studies where the surgeons and the doctors in the next rooms have been watched by the person who was floating out of their body.
Yeah, I watched them operating on me.
They were able to tell them things they were doing that they shouldn't have known because it wasn't within their vantage point.
Yeah. I've had that one.
Well, it definitely was one of those things I did not believe in. And it's interesting how life will make a believer out of you. It was not something, again, I was trying to have. And when it did happen, I didn't tell anybody for a very long time because I really thought, what the hell?
You know what? Maybe you've heard of this one. I have read about it, that apparently if our brains don't recognize what has happened to us, say, for example, our brain goes into a coma, and it doesn't recognize what has happened to us, our physical bodies don't injure. Have you heard that one ever? Read about it?
That our physical bodies don't injure?
Yeah, if our brains don't recognize what's happening to us.
Have you heard that one? I have not, but I could believe that. I really could.
What about people getting shot in the back of the head, Chickpea? They don't see it coming.
No, seriously, many years ago, I fell down a load of stairs. I fainted at the top of some stairs, and I just collapsed and went flying down these stairs.
Yeah, but I think what that is, Chickpea, is the same thing happens to drunk people, actually.
Yes.
When you're when you're not fully in charge of your emotions, as it were, and you kind of are a little bit floppy, okay?
I don't know, but it wasn't a mark on me.
Yeah, sometimes being a little bit floppy makes you more able to take a fall. Sometimes you don't rigidly hit the ground and hurt a bone because you kind of just roll out. You just roll along as you fall. So I think that's got something to do with it.
Yeah, but there wasn't a mark on me.
Tell you this: the interesting thing about that whole experience was that I distinctly felt myself. I knew it was me, and for whatever, it was distinctly me. if that makes sense. You know, there was no doubt that it was whatever the essence is of me in that corner. That was the thing that stayed with me the most. How
Ladies, I'm sorry.
Mhm.
I have to interrupt this.
Okay.
We really have to interrupt this because there's something absolutely amazing. We've
Okay.
broken into Yerf Dog's, cynical mind, and there's a little crack appearing. Okay, so if one of you would like to read that on screen, because I'm just looking for something here. What does Yerf Dog say?
I've just
I've
experienced.
experienced stuff.
Go on, you go. I was going to show you my cat Bella. Would you like to see Bella?
Oh,
One second. This is more important at the moment.
That's not. Bella's more important. Here's Bella.
well, I get that. Rather rushing to supernatural.
We interrupt this program to bring you an important announcement.
Basically, Yerf Dog's cynicism has been shown to be falling apart at the seams. He says he has experienced stuff. Now, we've never heard this before from Yerf Dogs. Something immense is happening on the show tonight. He says he just holds off on rushing to supernatural, etc. explanations. Well, Yerf Dogs, would you like to come on and tell us what you've experienced, brother? Please. I would appreciate that. I know you don't have to say there's a reason for it. He says you've changed his mind. He believes everything you've said. But Yerf Dogs, we're good if you come on and tell us what you've experienced, and then maybe the ladies can give you a reason for what happened. You know. Yes.
Well, I never said it was
I agree,
supernatural.
Tell us.
Right? I never
Sorry?
said it was supernatural.
I know. But
Yeah.
you're just admitting
Yeah.
it's weird. We don't know what it is. It's a
Yeah.
phenomena. It's a phenomenon.
Yes.
You know, it's phenomenon.
It was an experience, you know, and what I'm just learning is that, you know, to accept these experiences and try to fit them into my life as it.
I'll tell you one thing, right? Some while ago, about 2 months ago or so, I had a dream about throat cancer. Yeah. Now, it wasn't a particularly nice dream. It was a bit disturbing, right? But the whole dream was about getting it checked out. Okay. Now, when I woke up a few hours later, I spoke to my friend on the phone, and he was in an ear, nose, and throat place because he said he had a lump on his throat. Okay. And because I'm a stupid idiot, I mentioned the dream I'd had, right? But I didn't say it was about him. It was about me. Okay. So it wasn't like an omen or anything like that. I just thought it was a bit weird. Anyway, it turns out he did have throat cancer, but he's cured now. He's okay now. But I'm just saying that happened recently, guys. That is a bit of a weird dream to have, isn't it? And then suddenly that day, your friend tells you they've got throat cancer. And by the way, he thought he was on the way out. By the way, the doctors told him he only had 5 weeks to live. But thankfully, he had an operation and he's okay now. So it was actually his thyroid, and it was a very.
What is your greatest fear, D&W?
My greatest fear,
Mhm.
I think Tupac kind of said it right. It's like coming back here again, or experiencing worse. You know, I genuinely mean that, experiencing worse. Like, and also, I'll be honest with you, Patricia, darling, I was kind of thinking about death lately, and it is a scary prospect. And we don't really talk about it much, like as a society. We talk about birth a lot, but we don't talk about death. And you know, you see birth on television; it's celebrated, it's everywhere. But the whole death thing is hidden under the veil. I mean, we don't watch people dying on TV. You might watch like someone giving birth, or at least, you know, the moments afterwards, but we don't generally watch the moments after someone's died or anything like that, you know. So it's death is scary. It's a scary thing. And I don't know what the hell this place is. I mean, Chickpea has rubbed off on me. Chickpea is kind of terrified of dying, actually, at the moment, aren't you, Chickpea?
Oh, I'm terrified.
So I think Chickpea, I was okay until I met Chickpea, Patricia. And now Chickpea is scaring the living daylights out of me. Because she's worried about coming back here again and reincarnating as this or that, you know. Or going somewhere worse, you know. And also, I mean, I do have a feeling that there won't be anything. But I still find it scary in general for the human species, not just me. I find the future scary, not just for me, but for the humans and animals. You know, this place is very, very weird.
So are you afraid of dying, or are you afraid of the way?
I think both, darling.
Okay.
I'm afraid of the whole dying process, how it goes, but also like any kind of possibilities afterwards, you know. But we have Brother Marcus in the house here. He's joined the party.
Okay.
Brother Marcus, welcome, sir.
Hello, greetings.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Brother Marcus. So is Yerf Dogs going to come on and tell us about his experiences? Because he says, you know, I'm gonna screenshot that and save that, okay? Because I think that's one of the that is a supernatural fucking comment in itself. Honestly, I've experienced stuff. Yeah, I just hold off on rushing to supernatural etc. explanations because I mean, even Brother Marcus hasn't ever said he's experienced stuff.
Yeah, I'm kind of jealous of that. Yeah, I've never experienced, like, even when I was a believer, I didn't, and I wanted to like experience something, right? I was kind of looking for something, looking for patterns, looking for meaning, and like, yeah, no, I didn't get any of that.
Yeah, lol, that's yes. Yerf Dog says I'm a harsh taskmaster. He says he can't come on today. Well, I'll tell you what, next time he comes on, it's the first thing we're going for. So there you go, Yerf Dogs. So yeah, Brother Marcus says he has never experienced any kind of strange phenomena, weird things that made him question reality, and he's kind of jealous because a lot of people have had them. And I understand that, Brother Marcus, because as I say, a lot of people talk about weird things. Even in childhood, Brother Marcus, you never had some kind of weird things that you remember happened.
And like, I mean, I've heard other people like have those experiences, and I had an imagination as well. Actually, this topic, I was really into this stuff in high school, and with the whole like X-Files stuff, and I enjoyed that stuff. Like, I wanted it to be, you know, I wanted to believe, I wanted to experience something. But no, nothing's ever happened. Childhood, adulthood, nothing.
Yeah, I mean, one thing.
I don't see the miracle. I see a tragic miracle, if anything.
Yeah.
I don't see it as beautiful or miraculous.
What's
I just
a
see it as
word
tragic.
for that? What would be a word for a kind of? That's a good. What's an antonym for miracle then? That it's not a wonderful thing. It's a miraculous. It's awesome. It's an awesome thing, but it's kind of terrible. What would be a good descriptor?
Well, you know, there's a description in the Pistis Sophia where the entity that we call Jesus on the Mount of Olives, which was not a sermon, but he came back for 11 years supposedly, and just was telling them everything he had been authorized to tell them. And he says, you're asking these questions, and that I want you to, and I'm paraphrasing here, to know that when you get the answer, you're going to be, oh, and then you're going to think about it, and you're going to be disgusted. And that kind of led me into the idea of questioning this implanted idea that we've been given, that God is all good, which, you know, eventually that idea falls apart. Absolutely. You know,
absolutely.
Asshole.
Yeah. I mean, Patricia, you are an African American, right?
Yes.
So one thing that makes me one thing that I think everybody should be aware of is that there was a Bible given to, I think it was Caribbean folk, maybe in America, mainland America as well, but they had a version of the Bible, right, printed for people who were unfortunately enslaved. Okay,
and this Bible.
The slave's Bible, and it left out bits that talked about slavery. Probably, is that right? Or else it left. I don't know what it did, but it had a version that was more kind of. I don't know what it was for appeasing them or something. I don't know why they did it, but what I'm saying is that this is all an example of how humans utilize religion to control and oppress and appease people. You know, and you know, Catholicism is no different.
Maybe it's not all humans. You know, it really depends to me on which creation story you adhere to. The Pistis Sophia, to me, gives the clearest explanation about how we got here, what's going on, and actually what's going to happen. It's dire at the end. So I would totally understand why somebody would read this book, get to the end, and just give up on everything. But it's not personal. If this story is true, then what happens to some souls, it's not personal. We're an illegal creation.
Does anybody else? Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah. Yeah.
We lost you there. We lost you just as you were saying something important.
Oh, did you lose me?
Yeah,
Well,
I did.
Yeah. Well, if you, it just depends on which creation story.
You were telling us that if you read the story, it goes so brutal at the end.
Yeah,
that
the
you might lose hope.
Pistis it would absolutely make a person, and I could almost understand why somebody would pull some of this stuff out and put specific things in the canon and leave other things out, because it ultimately would make people be hopeless. But of course, in doing so, not telling the truth, they did the same thing anyway. Because it doesn't take long for us to determine that something is really wrong here.
Yeah.
Something is terribly wrong.
Yeah.
So even if you have the priest in the Catholic Church and any church that's trying to suppress sex and don't do sex, only have sex if you're married, trying to contain everything, but eventually we get smart enough to figure out all kinds of things, and everything just falls apart because they didn't tell the truth from the beginning. Now then, of course, that leaves the question of why God would create such a situation where we would have to dig so hard for truth, and that any entity would have the power to distort it to such a way that we end up having to have a gun on our hip to serve hamburgers in a restaurant. Yeah.
I mean, sometimes I think, last minute, Lacey, just after I speak, you can say something. Sometimes I think if there is a God, it seems like a very cruel game he's created, where he creates an existence that makes you question him. And also, as I say, it kind of shows like there probably not being a loving God. I mean, why would an entity do that in the first place? It sounds sadistic, for that, like as a kind of methodology to make you test your faith. It sounds very sadistic. Last minute, Lacey, sister, you wanted to say something?
I did. About my comment, I think I missed it, and but I just want to compare it to something else. So did you say that there was a slave Bible, that there was a Bible that was given?
Yeah, there was, unfortunately. It's a very evil thing, but
I put a link to it if you want to look.
Yeah, so Brother Marcus shared a link. I read it. I was absolutely horrified when I read it. But there was a Bible that was given. At least I was raised a Catholic. It was those bloody Protestants, and I'm only joking. I don't think any of them are better than any other. But anyway, that they created a Bible specifically for the enslaved peoples and for who were being oppressed, and it was basically to keep them in a state of mind not to question what is happening. I think that was what it was. It was basically to try and normalize what was happening to them, and so that they'd accept it as the ways of God, and it was good. Ultimately, to think of it as good, which I think is incredibly evil. It's incredibly evil that ever happened.
Well, what I was going to say is that the people on the top of the pyramid think about all of us like the slave owners used to think about the African peoples, lowly, right?
Yes.
So we've been given the truth the same as they did to those people back then. If they gave them a changed, watered down, manipulated version of the Bible, this is what we've been given as the truth. And that was my point of bringing that whole thing up.
Yeah. Well, I agree. I think that the collation of the Bible, when was it? 300 AD or something around then? It was Emperor Constantine, was it? The Roman emperor. Yeah, it was just to appease the masses, and it was a political tool. It was if you read it, it doesn't particularly make the Roman Empire look bad, even though the Roman Empire was bloody brutal, merciless, and they enslaved people, they were pitiless. when they went rampaging through the world. And you know, Pontius Pilate looks like a kind of considerate fellow who, you know, he washes his hands. He says, you know, he looks like he has some kind of emotions that, you know, he doesn't want to be involved in it. You know, he leaves it up to the people. But, you know, the Romans were fucking evil, in my view. They were psychopathic as a society. I mean, the effect of them. I mean, the gladiator wars, the way they treated their soldiers, the lower soldiers, the rank and file, and just the way they enslaved people. And, you know, just it was a brutal time to be alive if you were not a Roman. Sorry, go ahead, folks.
Well, slavery has been around for a long time. I mean, as it turns out, Africans had a lot to do with us being enslaved and all of that whole thing. So, you know, to me, I had to get to a bottom line, you know, and the bottom line is, regardless to whoever is doing whatever on this planet, if there is one source, whatever's occurring or not occurring, it is allowing it to occur for whatever reason.
That's right.
So my bottom line, you know, when you get through all of that, because it was quite a shock as an African American to realize that nobody in Africa was looking for me. You know, we had this great painted idea of Mother Africa, and that they were sorry and drenched in sorrow that this had happened to us, when in actuality, a lot of them had something to do with
I mean whether we like it or not, there were slave traders from Africa who sold defeated tribes into slavery. It happened, you know, and the same thing happened all over the world. There's been slaves and enslaved all over the world throughout history. And by the way, guys, let's not forget, there was there are still slaves today. There's still sex trafficking. Apparently there's people enslaved in London in bloody nail salons, you know, where they do people's painting nails and shit. You know, that popped up in the 2000s. All that crap that women do at the weekends or to get ready for the weekend. Apparently a lot of them are enslaved. By the way, I want to say welcome to the first ever commenter from X, Rap, who says, when all are one and one is all. Raf, I don't know what you're referring to there. I mean, you can come on and tell us about it. The link is there in the chat. If you want to come on, I'll just share it again. But please feel free to come on our YouTube here, Raf, and join us on the Finding Gnosis channel. We'd love to hear what you're on about there, Raf. But thank you for being the first ever. You know, you'll go down in history as the first ever ex-commenter on this channel. Thank you so much. So sorry there, ladies.
So let's consider then, if you know, our whole existence, everything about this whole thing is weird, right? So if you grab a creation story, and this entity did create us, Yaldabaoth, and he created man, and Yaldabaoth is dual sexed, and he's very flawed, and he creates Adam. He gets worried about Adam being lonely, but because he's dual sex, he's able to pull the female out of Adam. Up until then, it's been, even though it's an illegal creation, it's been peace on the earth, and excuse me, until women came along and they had sex, right? So this energy of sex, and I don't think there's any denying this, that the energy of sex can be permeated through your television. If two people are having real sex, you will feel that energy.
You know what, Patricia? Sorry, I must tell you something, actually. I've had what's called a radical hysterectomy. You know, when cats get spayed? I've had the same op. Best thing that ever happened to me. The best thing. I've calmed down like you wouldn't believe. Seriously.
I can believe that.
Yeah,
it's a demon inside of you, and it's called lust. Yeah, I agree.
That's your fear, DNW. But
no, I'm only joking. I'm just I'll tell you what came to mind. There was a good film in the 90s or 80s or something. It was on TV. My sisters used to watch it from time to time. It was called Catholic Boys. It was about a school in America in the 60s. And there was a priest saying that to young couples at a teenage disco. And he used to walk up to them and shout that in their ear as they were trying to get close to one another on the dance floor, you know. But anyway, sorry, as you were.
So if you grab the creation story of the Bible, which is literally bits and pieces of the entire story out of the Pistis Sophia, if you have the nerve and the guts to look at this from an adult perspective, as opposed to the level that they've been trying to train us in the childish, idea, the fairy tale idea, if you go to heaven and all of that, then this story in the Pistis Sophia tells you from the beginning to the end what happened, why it happened, and what's going to happen. It's a really hard thing to deal with because we've been given so much bullshit. And you take a group of people that out of Africa speaking a totally different language, bring them over here, they don't know the language, you kill off all of the people that knew any of those stories, and you have all these slave children, and then you feed them the information that you want them to have, and they carry that on for generations. If you don't think that's also happening to white people on some level, then you really
Oh no,
don't
I
understand
completely.
the big picture.
Yeah. I'm a big believer in this, like, divide and conquer. I think like this.
Yeah.
They like to get black people and white people thinking we're kind of in opposition, because basically everybody on the ground is fighting each other over bullshit, when the truth is
bullshit.
it's the upper echelons. And by the way, these upper echelons they have their bedfellows in every part of the world, so sometimes they're black, sometimes they're white, sometimes they're Jewish, sometimes they're Christian, sometimes they're Muslim, sometimes they're Chinese. It's like, I believe we live in like we live in pragmatically, we live in a psychoarchy where at the top it's like a big gang basically, and there's gang leaders, and they're ruthless and psychopathic, and they'll do anything to retain and get more power, and they form alliances, and it's not just about one race or one religion.
Yeah. So if you pull this story says that an illegal creation, the creation story in the Pistis Sophia, that we're an illegal creation created by an illegal creation. And once all this, the sex part of it became an issue, a certain level of entity above us was deeply attracted to that. In the book of Enoch, it says they were trying so hard to have sex with anything down here because that energy, that they were literally killing the humans.
So we've got like perverted fucking kind of things above us trying to come down and fiddle with us, basically.
They did. If you read the story, they actually
I've heard about that. I've heard about the fallen angels having sex with the
Yeah, so I just, the point is, I don't want to go deep into that because I know everybody doesn't know that story, but again, coming from the basis of we are here, whether you believe in a God or not, you are here. So there is something real or to be said for all of these stories that they have distorted and pulled apart to the point where you don't know what's true or what's not true. Well, then, but there are some stories, like this particular story in the Pistis Sophia explains a lot of things. It explains the race issue. It explains the gay issue. It explains the trans issue. It explains almost everything. And very few people have read it. And then, of course, we have so many distractions and so many other things that are going on that now, of course, the thing is that we're turning around and we're saying, well, what kind of God? Where is this God? But it may very well be that the people at the top are the ancestries, have the ancestries in the fallen. And we've removed that part of our life so far with all of our distractions and technology and AI and all of this, that just doesn't ring true to us. We can't believe how that can be true. Even in the midst of our own existence, we can't deal with that or understand that.
Yeah. Sometimes I wonder, is there some kind of I don't know what the word is, like black magic thing going on with the ultimate powers on this earth? Because like there's so much suffering that they could sort out, but they don't. They willfully allow things to happen. In fact, they willfully do things that are terrible. You know what I mean? It's
Right.
like,
Yeah.
are they manifesting some kind of power from it other than terrorizing us and keeping us in our place? You know.
Well, they,
Alpha Draco, do you want to come on here, brother, and tell us your views? That'd be good. Has anybody else got anything to add here, guys?
Patricia,
yes.
Patricia, have you got any pets?
No.
Oh, why not?
Why not? I used to have cats, but I don't know. I just kind of don't think that animals, and this is just personal, animals should be free to be who they are. I don't
Oh.
like putting fish in bowls. I don't like putting birds in cages.
Yeah, I've got 7 cats. but-
Yeah, I
That's
had,
actually
yeah, a couple. I had a bunch of cats for a long time.
Huh?
Yeah, I did. I used to have cats, but I had a different feeling about that now, and I would love to have a cat, but I don't want to have a cat that's so housebound that it can't go outside and
No,
do
mine
its
all go
natural
out,
thing.
they go out to play and everything. They're
Oh.
lovely.
Why do you ask?
Sorry?
Why did you ask? I mean, what did the?
I asked everybody.
Oh, okay.
My main topic of conversation is cats. I just love animals.
Okay, I got you. I thought you were trying to maybe tie it into some UFO experience. I'm sorry, I have UAP on the brain.
No. I just love. No, the only reason why I stay alive is because I've got 7 cats. If I didn't have them, I would just go off to Switzerland to Dignitas and call it a day. No, they are why I stay alive, because I love them. And I love all animals. So they're my favorite things. Yes, I love animals.
I do too. I love them a lot.
Yeah, I prefer them to us humans. I've got to love them. I don't have for us. It just isn't there anymore. I used to love humanity when I was little, but it's all been destroyed over the years. Because I'm 70, I'm not a youngster, as you can hear. This old voice.
You're right there with me. I'm 73, so I understand you.
Yeah, Chickpea's the young one now. There you go.
What?
You're the young one.
Oh, I tell you what, cognitively, you're both. I think you're both biologically much younger than me. So you're doing something right. You're very impressive ladies. I have to say that. There's a lot of 70-year-olds around my way. It is true. Like people age differently, don't they? And
Yes.
sometimes 40, 50-year-olds can be much older than their years in biological terms, in terms of their cognitive decline and stuff. But you two are doing something right. So, congratulations for that. You're inspiring in that regard.
I'm just speculating, but I think it's like if you keep your brain active, because like Chickpea's quite a reader, and I don't know much about Patricia, but if Patricia's like thinking about these things, then it's like you don't let your brain, deteriorate. And
I don't watch TV.
Diet, brain, and exercise. It's the 3 things. And it's like sociability is a way of using your brain. So talking to people, getting new ideas into your brain. Because as we're talking tonight, right? You're telling me things that I would have been skeptical about in the past and would have, be honest with you, I would have belittled, but I've never been overly impolite. But in my mind, I wouldn't have given them much credence. But it's good to get new ideas because it is good for your brain. Because as I say, it uses different parts of it. It lights up different neurons, and that's why it's not only beneficial to come together for reasons of finding the truth, but for your health as well. It's good to experience and have conversations like this.
There's an underlying conversation that I appreciate with these discussions that are outside of my norm, is that it's like an exercise in understanding other people's epistemology and how they come to know what they know, and how do people determine truth. Because I think everybody has different methods and different ways to coming to reason and to come to truth. And I find that helpful, because maybe there's some tools that I may not be aware of, or things that I could incorporate or adapt or recalibrate?
I think you
Absolutely.
have to come to terms with what you really believe. And it's so much information out here and so much misinformation. And at least for myself, the truth, whatever that is, it has a different vibration, and that's part of where choice comes in. When the truth, and in Black religion, they call it, what is it? Your God, it starts with a C. I can't think of this word, but conviction. When you do wrong things, there is a vibration, eventually a conviction that you can feel, and you know that you've done the wrong thing. And then at that point, you have a choice to rectify it. And so that's how the truth, but it started with me deciding that I needed to shed everything I had learned, which was Jehovah's Witness, Muslim, Catholicism, all of that, Baptist, all of that had to fall away. And that happened about maybe 20 years ago, where it was like a free fall, because literally I had been clinging to Jesus in a way, and all of those things that I had been taught. So it was really scary when I stepped away from all of that and redefined what I believed. And so the basis of that for me has been, I am here. I do exist. I am a real entity existing. And then moving from that point out and just keeping all the other stuff out. And it's worked for me. And apparently, I guess, I don't know, maybe the whole UAP experience is part of that, but each thing now, especially at 73, I can look back and see this path that, of course, I couldn't see it at 25, couldn't see it at 30. I didn't even see it at 50, actually, to be quite honest with you. Oh. I just love it when I'm muted and talking like crazy.
No, sorry, I didn't mean to be. I want to cut because what you said
you
was
or
very
me?
well said.
Oh,
That
you
was
did
me.
that. Okay.
I was
Sorry.
giving you a round of applause, Patricia. 'cause
Well,
said some very good things.
I'm too old for this. I'm just learning how to use Zoom. But
You know
yeah,
what I hate about, well, sorry.
no, go
You
ahead.
know, you know what I hate about life? It's so easy to do wrong and to commit the most awful, awful things, but so hard to do good and to put it right. Have you noticed that about life? That really makes me sick. It's so
Paul
easy.
said that too, didn't he? He said, the thing I say I won't do is the thing I do. And he was really disturbed about that thing in us as a human, that we do that. It does seem like it's really easy.
It's so easy to do wrong.
What's an
and
example?
make a mistake, and it takes so much effort to put it right. And to do good, you can do so much good, and the end result is actually nothing there. It's like it's all programmed to do wrong. It's so easy to do wrong, isn't it? I mean, it doesn't take much effort, does it?
Oh, that's what I want to ask Patricia. Patricia,
Yes.
what is the ultimate outcome spiritually in your view? You said it's scary. There's no hope. Is that what you said?
No, I said that I could understand why somebody might feel that way. Again, I exist. You exist. To me, that should be your basis. Everything else has to fall away. Say that again.
I'm going to pronounce it wrong. Cogito ergo sum. What is it? I think, therefore I am.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I guess that's one way to say it too. But what I find, what I'm finding is people are really afraid. I did not realize how afraid people are, how wrapped up in fear most people are, until I started having this experience and really talking with other people. And I guess I did not understand how deeply afraid most of us are. And so when you're trying to work from a fear base, absolutely nothing regarding truth seems to be able to get through with that, you know. And so, then you have someone, I'm on the show and we're talking, and that fear, it permeates this show in a way that, say, D&W couldn't possibly probably hear the truth because he's too fearful of the truth. The truth, contrary to popular belief, in my experience, it does not set you free.
No.
And so I understand, it's frustrating, when you have all these real things occurring, and then you go on Twitter. Oh my God, Twitter is the most fear-bound social media platform that probably exists. And so people don't absolutely almost never really want to know the truth. We want to know our own truth, what works for us. And I get that, I'm not in judgment of that. I used to be one of those Christians that was running around trying to make everybody understand certain things that I understood, until I understood that you cannot lead a horse, or you can lead a horse to water, but you really truly cannot make him drink. And again, in some religions, they call that a word in due season. So sometimes when I come on a show like this, I feel the need to shut up, because I know that, say, for somebody like D&W, that I'm really throwing out information that he cannot handle. And he can't handle it because it's not time for him to handle it. And so he deals with it with
time for everything.
Yeah, time for everything. And so, I don't know where to stop, or who, how they on Twitter, they say, I don't know who needs to hear this. And so
I get that. I get what you're saying. I mean, it is interesting. And the older I get, the more I realize that what I'm saying will be relevant for some people. It will be something that they consider important, but not for many or most, And we're all on different spectrums of appreciation of this existence in one way or another.
Yeah. So I had kind of pulled away from doing this, because I leave here very frustrated, and then I have deep conversations with whatever the source is, what exactly is it that you're trying to get me to do? Because it's not working.
What would be some indication that someone is inquiring in good faith that would be sufficient to share your knowledge?
I don't think there is one. It's kind of I don't know. It's an interesting thing. I've been in situations where I wanted to share something with someone, and the words just do not come. And I know the words. I know what I have experienced. And so then I begin to believe that what's happening then is that I'm trying to impart or share something that is not shareable to that particular person or that situation. And what happens is, just like a preacher. I don't know if you've ever listened to any priest or not a priest, but somebody preaching, and I can literally tell where whatever the source has said or imparted to them ends, and where their opinion or their idea starts, because it seems to me that the information that is imparted, I think I was trying to explain this earlier, that my bursts are very short, light bulbish things, where I absolutely know that that's coming from somewhere else, imparting in me and telling me to do a specific thing. And often, as a young adult, you won't do those things, because you've been told that kind of information or that kind of experience is not real. It doesn't happen. You're crazy. That's wrong. It's not there. Validation, exactly, and confirmation. And so sometimes I know to shut up and just I may start talking. I have a friend, for instance. If I start talking about this kind of stuff, I get to the point where, oh wait, this is not where she is, and we talk about Wendy Williams because that's where she is, and I'm not in judgment of that. I just understand now that this is not for everybody. This is an experience that I'm having, and it's like when I talk with somebody and they haven't looked at the videos, and then they have me here, and then I have a, what are we talking about?
Yeah, I feel like at the start, that I got a sense that when you asked DNW, did you watch my video? Like if that was a part to play, because that aside, I think if the criticism was levied at me, I'd understand it because I am a non-believer. But when someone indicates a good faith inquiry, I think that certain people have certain criteria of, are you taking it seriously or not? And yeah, I got the sense that not seeing your video was an indicator for you.
Well, definitely, because what is it that you really want me to talk about? What is it? Why? What did you want me to come here for? And then this has been good. Don't get me wrong.
I didn't.
Wrong.
What it was Patricia, I didn't see all the video because it was 2 hours long. I only see
right.
I didn't. Yeah.
So I guess I just thought that you were an experiencer too, is what I thought. And it's again, don't get me wrong, and I try not to sound like some know-it-all about this experience, but these experiences that I'm having are very real, and they are not something that I set out to have. So I do get a little frustrated when I run into two people that don't necessarily take it seriously, and then I lighten up. I lighten up and have a conversation, but yeah, the criteria is there that there's a vibration and there's a connection and there's just a kind of a knowing, and you don't really have to that kind of information and it's not generally as wordy as I'm getting right now. It generally is not that wordy. It's very simple stuff, like I'm sitting there looking at this video and I'm not seeing something and something says flip it over to the left.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
And this is for Lacey as well. Because Caleb seems to have his own particular method of investigating UFOs. Mm-hmm. And I'm curious about because it seems like he's going down like when they take classified documents, put a freedom of whenever you make a request and they like share documents, but some things are retracted, whatever that's called. When someone invests. Oh, what's that?
Oh, so I'm talking to David, the cat. Dave.
When someone looks into that historical projects with the government, what's your opinion about people who do that? Is this hindering the experiential knowledge, or is it just a way to add on top of the experiential knowledge, or is it just a distraction? Or I don't know. What are your thoughts?
I think it's fear. I think they want to know, but they don't want to know. And I absolutely get that. I literally have had orbs come into my house. That's not something you necessarily want. There was no harm, but it's fear. So, they keep going over these documents and you pull them out and then you have disclosure. The government says, yes, UAPs are real. We just don't know what they are. And then the UFO community went nuts. You're lying. They went down another tangent because it's by one set of guidelines, they do want it to be real, but it changes so much. It changes everything. And so there's a lot that people are not willing to give up. So, they keep pulling out the Project Blue Book, and then people keep writing books about that. And then next year, somebody writes another book about that. And no truth gets told because the truth is really hard. You know, and when you start, and they say lies are convenient, and it seems like a lot of us prefer lies because it fits into, our narrative. So it works. So why would you want the truth? So I'm not saying that about Caleb. Caleb is very sincere, and I understand that, but he does understand the spiritual and the scientific. And of course, I don't know what his background is, but there's something that makes him lean closer to the scientific, and that's okay, because without a doubt, eventually, if his intention is real, that scientific will fall away, and this other side of it, whatever you call it, spiritual, whatever I don't like those terms anymore. I don't like religion. I don't like any of those terms. I don't even like calling Jesus Jesus, because if there was ever an alien that came to this planet, it was this entity.
Absolutely,
And
he was nothing like any of the other
no,
creatures on this planet.
and he's not God. If you read the Pistis Sophia, he makes that very clear. And so what the intention is for the people that are not telling the truth, I don't know. Why some truth gets
So
imparted.
you said something earlier, Patricia, that perked my
Mhm.
interest. You said that Jesus said, he said, if you knew what I knew, you'd be very sad, basically. That's
Yeah.
what he said to
Well,
me.
it's not. Well, yeah. I think he's explaining what I got is that, and I didn't get it right away. Just so you know, I don't know how I found the Pistis Sophia. I stumbled upon it, and it's taken me almost 15, 20 years to get to the place where I can read it and not just collapse on the inside. Just not, well, what the heck is the point of doing anything? Because I think if you've seen on my channel that I have a thing there that says I'm not good, because people were trying to say to me, I'm seeing these things because I'm good. Well, no, I'm not. I'm not good. I'm not any gooder or better than anybody else, and I'm not seeing them because I'm good.
You are a very humble person, though. You do come across as a very lovely person. You don't come across. I tell you one thing: you don't come across as nasty, Patricia. So,
well, I hope not, and I worry about that, and I hope
no,
that
you
I
definitely
don't.
don't. You definitely don't. You definitely don't.
I'm my life has changed.
You're one of the more sweeter entities that has graced us on this channel.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. So yeah, it's a very difficult thing to come out of indoctrination, whatever that indoctrination is, and it doesn't just have to be religion, the indoctrination of technology, all of these things, needing cars or clothes, all of those things that we lean on in our youth, and maybe further, that keep us from examining the truth about ourselves. And I think personally that truth starts with a person saying, okay, everything else aside, whatever the source is doing, whatever it's not doing, wherever it came from, something decided, okay, let's create Patty. And that's me. And I'm here. And I have had trauma, and I have had a lot of things that a lot of people associate with seeing UAPs. I had to set all of that aside, because for certain, if you get raped at gunpoint, you have to turn around and say, well, geez, God, why did that happen?
Exactly.
And so
why do children get hurt in this world?
All of it. I had the biggest falling out with God when 7 children burned up in a house in Michigan. Biggest fallout with it. I couldn't wrap my head around that. Right. And I still can't, but I do know that I'm here.
Yeah.
And so it just makes sense to me to start
there. You got a man in Scott here, Patricia.
Okay.
Comments there. Yeah.
Yeah, and you really have to start thinking for yourself. I think that's probably it, and that's a scary place when you've leaned on, and you wake up in the morning and you can blame white men for all your troubles, or you wake up in the morning and you can blame your mother for all your troubles, and you could go on like that forever.
You can.
You know, but then of course you get a certain age and you know you're going to die, and none of that makes any difference at all. You know, because I've had an out of body experience. I know that whatever's in here won't have a skin color. You know, so that doesn't matter, and it takes a lot to get to that.
Do you ever think about nature itself sometimes, Patricia? Because I like what you said about the letting animals roam free and have their own ways. But I mean, nature itself is brutal as well, isn't it?
Well, yeah, you know, you have to think of that in a perspective too. You know, there's a praying mantis that looks like a lily. I mean, it's one of the most beautiful things I have ever seen.
Wow.
So that, and I'm raped at gunpoint by my brother-in-law.
Oh, fuck's sake.
So how do you bring those two together and still believe, you know, in anything?
I hear you.
So you have to get to a point, and I'm not bringing that up because believe me, I'm not there. I was there at one point that all that ever did was make me try to understand more what I am, who I am, just more. You know,
I tell you what, Patricia, you're an inspiring woman, and you're such a lovely person to talk to. You know, you have this way of talking that you seem very. It's funny, Patricia, because you talk about reality, and yet you seem very kind of calm about it. You know, and you don't seem neurotic, is what I'm saying, Patricia. And this is, I'll be honest with you, Patricia. You know what? I'm going to be 100% honest with you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When I said I'm doing a UFO fucking stream, I genuinely thought, you know, here come the crazies. You know what I mean? And it's been nothing of that sort. You know, you have come across as a very well balanced, but much better. I'll be honest, better than me in terms of. I know that's not hard, but you know, you are a very balanced individual. Yeah, very calm, and you seem very rational, on point, on the ball. So,
thank you.
And considering you just brought that up as well, you're obviously an inspiration as well for people who've gone through difficult things and come out the other side with a zest for life and for also trying to find out what is going on to kind of, you know, get to grips with this reality and improve it in as well. Because I know obviously that would be something in your mind as well to try and. For me, I know it's wanting to help, you know, wanting to help because there's a lot of suffering here, and we want to know what's going on because it's not good enough, you know.
Yeah, it wasn't, you know, and you start to, at least I did, and to understand that, you know, I had to develop my own foundation, which of course stepped outside of my mother's, outside of my father's, outside of my grandmother's, outside of the TV, outside of the movies. They had to step outside. I stopped watching TV for like 7 years.
I hear you, sister. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you.
Just to try to get in contact with me.
Yeah, you realized that you were being fed a lot of shit, and basically you had to try and make your own mind up on matters, you know. And obviously you seem to have been fortunate enough to have the wherewithal to do that. So I'm very glad that's the case, you know, because as I say, someone who's had your experiences and someone who has, you know, fallen out of love, I suppose, with the stories we're told in culture to try and lubricate our way through this strange existence. You know, that would leave a lot of people disheveled emotionally, you know, and neurotic, as I said. But you are a light in the darkness. Clearly, for all of us, you are a very calm person, and it's a privilege to talk to you for that reason. You know, thank you. Raf says that he's not a good talker, but he's a good listener. That's fine, Raf, and you feel free to comment. Raf, you're on X. You should come over to YouTube as well, brother. We're on YouTube, so please subscribe to the channel and come back and let us know what's going on if you like the show. Obviously, that would be good. Thank you. Rough. Good to have a newbie from X here. There you go. Divine Hazel
Actually,
says,
you're a very clever lady. I've forgotten your name.
Patricia.
Yes.
Patricia.
You're a very clever lady, actually.
Oh, I'm not.
Believe
that
me,
clever.
this Chickpea does not give compliments, Patricia. Believe
Well,
me.
thank you, Chickpea. Thank you so much.
Quite the opposite, Patricia. Usually, quite the opposite.
No, that's not.
But we still love her. We still love her.
That's not.
Thank you
are
very
such a
much.
clever lady. You really are.
Thank you.
Because I'm a 6'2" short planks. I really am.
Do you know what? Patricia is a bloody clever lady. Yeah, Patricia. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to work out, like, Patricia, you find it hard to connect to people in real life on this subject matter? Like, are the people you talk to online generally?
Yeah, I have there's a core group of people that understand, and I understand too, though. I understand that this is scary, and it would be one thing if I
Amen.
just had a bunch of blurry videos and was trying to make somebody excuse me, see a certain thing, but everything is very clear. And so I understand the fear that comes along with that when other people look at it, and I don't know what they are. I know they're not all orbs, and I'm absolutely certain the vast majority of these things are entities or beings. And lately, I've actually pretty sure I've seen a couple of portals, filmed there, or somebody else pointed that to me. I had a video that's shaped like a triangle, and the lady says, look, the center of that is being pulled into it and disappearing. And I had looked at that video many times and hadn't seen that. So I get that. I get that there are people that are looking at this stuff, and it's frightening. It's not as frightening to me as it was in the beginning. Some nights is terribly frightening when I'm just looking at a specific video for too long, because I really start to feel like I'm somehow, I don't want some of these things to show up in my house. At this point, I'm not ready for that. And I hope the universe, I'm sure the universe understands that as well. I don't know why. I don't know why I've seen all this stuff, and sometimes it's really hard.
What's your Lacey and Patricia, what are your experiences of the UFO community online or offline? Because one thing that whenever I hear people who are into this stuff, they have a similar experience of feeling not ostracized, but like seen as like I don't know, like they're seen as crazy and people don't accept them. But at the same time, there's a whole community out there, right?
Well, for me, nobody is acting like they think you're crazy. Not at this point.
Oh, okay.
That's not the case. It's just that you have a lot of people, again, that haven't had any experience whatsoever making. And this is Twitter. That's primarily where I hang out. That are just trying to debunk everything, and you just begin to wonder, well, what is it? Why are you trying to? You see this and then try to say it's not that, it's a bird. And not just necessarily, I have not had anybody try to say that anything I saw was a bird or anything, because it's all of it's just too clear. But it's fear. It's just fear. Yes, we could talk forever. That's true. It's just fear. All of that's fear.
Well,
and I understand.
You mentioned the other folk, you should invite them on here as well one time if you want to do a show about this kind of thing again. I mean, I haven't pick topics now, but I'm quite happy to pick topics for you, to change the structure at short notice, obviously, if you want to gather a few folk who are like-minded, because that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get people on here, have a nice, interesting conversation. It is edutainment, as Brother Marcus said. It's education, but it's also entertaining as well. and it's fun. Obviously, sometimes it's a bit scary, but we like to hold each other's hands while we're talking about things that are otherwise terrifying. But yeah, go ahead.
But like, if have you, so Lacey, like, have you gone into UFO communities and like shared, because these are people who believe in the same thing, right? Like, what experiences have you both, like, or have you not desired to do that, or I don't know?
No, I did. I definitely did. Hi, by the way.
Hello.
We didn't actually say hi to each other. Yeah, I did for years. I went on, like a lot of social medias. I think it was Facebook mostly. I didn't really use Twitter or anything like that. I didn't have that. I didn't see the point of them, but I was on Facebook a lot and I went in a lot of groups. And, I think what happened with me, because the being that I saw wasn't blonde haired, blue eyed, and beautiful and lovely looking, they assumed that it was an evil creature and a demonic creature. And I was kind of, I had some people listen to the story, but for the most part, I think they were put off just by the look of the being, which is really truly unfortunate. But that's really what happened, that I was kind of labeled a dark alliance type of person, a cabal, evil reptilian type of person, and kind of ignored, which really robbed them of hearing my extraordinary experience. It used to hurt my heart and make me feel really sad. And, it isolated me more and more, kind of till when you yourself feel like an alien from your own peoples. And, but then I kind of thought, if they're going to be that way to me, or they're going to reject me in that way, then it's their own fault that they miss out on hearing about my extraordinary experience, about the density change, about my body feeling lighter, the unbelievably real lucid dream that I was conscious in. I couldn't tell that if I was really there or not. So I think that I've learned to deal with it and balance it out in my heart. But for a long time, it makes you depressed, and it makes you feel unwanted and all those sad things. But I just try to remind myself how lucky I am to have had the experiences that I've had.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing.
No problem.
Well, I haven't necessarily felt isolated. Early on, I think 2019 is when I first actually shared and was kind of welcome into the UFO community on Twitter. But I did not fit the mold. And I tend to not be able to act like I fit a mold. And so I don't want to say I'm ostracized or been blackballed, but I guess to some degree that is the case. But I kind of separated myself away from it too, and just gravitate toward the people that I know understand what I'm going through. And I find that that's enough. I don't need a million people. I'm really searching for answers. So I think that makes a difference too. And it's not that I don't care what people think. But again, if I had not filmed these things, it would be different for me, I think. But having filmed them and having ongoing, I guess, for lack of a better word, relationship, and they're just words that are coming into my vocabulary that have been difficult for a while for me to say, like, yes, I'm having a relationship with these entities. Yes, they do respond. You hear yourself saying those kind of things. You think and I could fully understand why, and somebody would think, no, you're not, but yes, I am. And it took a minute for me to even accept that. And so I guess then the bottom line starts just for me becomes the why. That's all. Pretty much now I'm just at the not why in a bad way, but mostly why and what absolutely am I supposed to be doing with this?
And that's the question. So, guys, I think we've got about 6 or 7 minutes, guys. So, because I have to get up early in the morning, unfortunately, so I can't do a really late one tonight. But yeah, if anybody wants to come on for the last 7 minutes or so, please feel free, obviously. But go ahead. Sorry, Brother Marcus.
Any teaser for the next one?
I have no idea, actually. So there you go. I haven't even thought about it.
Okay.
That's the prize. A surprise, yeah. I honestly have no idea, brother. So there you go. Unless you want to give us something to think about next time, please. If there's anything you'd like us to look into.
Have we done cults
part
yet?
2 to this? Last minute Lacey wants to do a part 2 to this show. Guys, I tell you what, like, if you want to do it, we can do it on Wednesday or we can do it on Friday, part 2. It's up to you guys, because Friday I can only go a bit longer, you know, like 6 or 7 hours shows, you know, but it's up to you guys.
Friday sounds, because I think
Friday,
some people
you want to do it on Friday,
yeah.
Lacey? Okay, well, we'll do a part 2 on Friday just for Lacey, considering that's what she wanted. So, Patricia, if you want to come back on Friday, please do. And you can obviously tell your friends on the internet to come along as well, who are like-minded. And Alpha says he can come on Friday as well. That's good. All right. Well, we'll do something different on Wednesday. We have a show Wednesday night as well, but we'll do a different topic on Wednesday then. But Friday we'll do this kind of topic again. And in the meantime, guys, for Friday, if you come up with any ideas, you can just comment under this video. You know, this video will be up, so you can leave a comment under it just to, you know, steer the show for Friday if you think we should be looking into things between now and then. I suppose, guys, now is a good time to wrap up then, considering we're coming back again. We'll just have some closing remarks then, I suppose, each of us. If you want to say something, you can. We'll go clockwise, I suppose. So last minute, Lacey, any closing remarks from you?
I just want to say thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be here. Thank you for this awesome conversation and the company. I enjoyed the show very much. And I hope you all have an excellent night. It was great talking with you. And it was great to meet you, Patricia. And I hope to see you all again on part 2.
Well, same here. I love this very much. It helps me a great deal to hear my own self-talk, not just to hear myself talk, but to hear what's really going on in my head. And I appreciate every single one of you guys. And thank you very much.
Fantastic having you, Patricia. You've been sparkling conversation, and we really look forward to listening to you again and what you have to say. And also, I hope that you have some pleasant experiences between now and Friday, and any footage as well. So maybe some new footage, who knows? Chickpea, anything you'd like to say in closing?
No, just thank you for being here.
You're very welcome, darling. And Brother Marcus, anything in closing, sir?
Thank you for hosting tonight and covering this topic, and all the panelists who came on and sharing their information. Yeah, I really enjoyed it and really needed it today. So appreciate it.
I'm glad you found it beneficial, brother. That's what it's for. I have to say, guys, I am pleasantly surprised. It's been one of the better shows, to be honest with you, in terms of interaction and stuff. It's been fun, and it's also being I would say it's been enticing me to look into this further, which is good. You know, I'm actually interested in this topic now, and it is something I will give due consideration to now going forwards. And I'm looking forward to Friday's show already. So it'll be great to see you all then. So we'll say goodbye for now and good luck, and we'll chat Friday. Take care, everybody. But we will have another show Wednesday for anybody else who wants to talk about something else. Okay, guys, take care.
Good night.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Truth is fleeting, shadows call. We search for meaning. Voices whisper, thoughts collide. Truths are hidden deep inside. The world's a riddle, a shifting dream. Reality isn't what it seems. Seeking knowledge, breaking chains. Through the echoes, through the pain. One more question, one more spark. We chase the light inside the dark. Until next time, keep your mind wide. Stay curious and let wisdom guide you. Let us hope we each seek what we're meant to find. Make Gnosis bring you peace of mind.